pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Now so it's supposed to be. Anywhere you do for Nigeria, they watch us for ITV, they watch us online for Facebook, for YouTube. I did for Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. I did for Fabi Akpata Primary School for Oredo for Benin City. However, they say if you see something, say something. The landlord and landladies and the tenant and the people where they stay for this environment come see what they do to Fabi Akpata Primary School. Hey, whoa. They say if you see something, say something. No. That's why those state government protection property now don't talk say those people where they stay around this area where they do business like all those scavengers, say all of them go move. That's why she said they don't bring bulldozer now to take care of it. But make I go show you what the human being do to our primary school, Fabi Akpata Primary School, where they for Yahoo for Benin City and those states South Nigeria. Before they resume, so the teachers and the students, they're surprised say their zinc, they don't pull them. Their window, they don't pull them. Their door, they don't pull them. Let me say they pull them, they don't thief, they vandalize and they don't thief them. This is the time when Edo State government go make sure say security, like all this our Edo State security network, security suppose they all our primary and secondary school for Edo State to protect them, because once teacher don't teach finish, he go still go out because teacher na human being, headmaster na human being. But make I go show you what did they do to Fabi Akpata Primary School. Will they look for who do am?
Waiting they happen.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen.
Hey, whoa! Fabi Akpata Primary School for Oredo local government, Benin City. Hey, whoa! Hey! No be breeze carry am. Now people enter here, vandalize them. Vandalize the roof, vandalize the window, vandalize the door inside Benin City. Fabi Akpata Primary School. Once students don't close, people go to enter. Some people they sleep this compound. Some don't make here their house. This is what people can do to people. All the chairs. Come here. All the chairs were there here. They thief all of them. Windows. When they come out, make they show you. Hey God. Fabi Akpata Primary School for Oredo local government for Benin City. All the aluminum roof. Now be single aluminium. They remove all. Who do this thing? Government must take action. That's why government, Edo State Government Protection Agency, Eugene Collins and his squad, they don't swing into action now. Okay. They remove all the chairs, all the iron windows. Okay. Not be breeze do this one. If not breeze was this year, they vandalize the aluminum roof and the windows and the chairs. Before this aluminum red roof completes, the windows and door complete, the chairs complete. What's at now? Another day again, no. That's the door. Another finish, oh. Another finish, oh. Hey, well. the aluminum roof, the iron window, this dust today, I don't remove them. That's why Edo State government now must swing into action. First of all this our Edo State security network, we need to deploy some of them. May they go to guide our primary and secondary school. Because before, security be the day primary and secondary school, but for the past years, even my own mother self na retired principal, when me they grow up, you go see am say security the day. But go our primary school, go our secondary school, no security for our school. Now before they resume, they don't vandalize them. Aluminum roof, iron window, chairs. But landlord and landladies, community people, tenant and people where they stay for this environment, for this Iyaro, for this Iyaro Yekiya, yeah una dey. Fabi Akpata Primary School, yeah una dey. No be abandon government, abandon this project too. After government don't build that, people done the school here. People enter the school compound, remove. For some of them, they don't put allegation. Some say na scavengers, some say na me, some say na you. Now the big question be say, who come vandalize this aluminum roof when they roof this primary school? Now be the question. Who come vandalize the aluminum roof and the iron window and the chairs? What this Fabi primary school? Some say na me, some say na you. I have to go round.
Waiting they happen.
Okay. Everybody there.
You need water. You need give him water. Maybe small water. Some water. Need.
Condemn iron, condemn laptop, condemn fridge, condemn AC, condemn carton, condemn aluminium, condemn rubber. Because of that matter where you see us now, that's why those state government send Edo State Government Protection Property, Edo State Government Protection Property Agency. Make sure every person with the year move. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Not so it's supposed to be. All these people say what you see for here, they be scavengers. Their work now to they look for condemn, and condemn. And now here they gather them before they carry them, go where we say factory, where we say they buy them from them. But however, government they talk say the place where we say therefore they do this business, here not supposed to be the right place. Say they don't occupy government land. Because of some kind win what's gonna happen. Say that so they vandalize, that so they do this one. These boys say they not get hand for all this matter. Say their work now to they enter location to location, look for condemn iron, condemn tire, condemn rubber. Yes. Now this condemn, now they take they put food for their mouth. Government say some people enter government school, go vandalize them. But they say no be them, vandalize them. Say their work now to they enter different place, they carry condemn zinc, condemn iron to they gather. And now here they take they get their daily job. But government say they don't want to see them here. And most of them don't still encroach the moat. Government say they not go green, they continue to they gather all these things here. But my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. Not be smart, you know. Edo State Government Protection Agency, they don't swing into action. Say they not go green, make any person build house on top of moat, or they do any kind of yama inside moat, because this Benin moat na Edo heritage. But
waiting they happen.
Condemn iron, condemn zinc, condemn laptop, condemn handsets, condemn zinc. However, anywhere you go for Nigeria, they watch us. We must continue to thank you for the time you take. They watch us for ITV. They watch us online for Facebook, for YouTube. Not be smart, you know. You know, say for the past years, Edo people don't they complain about this condemn. What do they call scavengers? Scavengers. Yes, as an area journalist, some good scavengers dey, why some bad one dey. For life, people dey wey be say they thief, why some people dey wey not the thief. But you go see I'm saying, everywhere you go, you go to hear condemn from different area. Many things can dey happen. People can dey complain say their property they miss for their area, for their compound. Different things. Even so they will come they enter people house. So they will enter government schools, primary and secondary school. They vandalize the zinc. But some of them say not be them. Oh. But this place when I did so, I did for a year, and that are the Benin moat. One of the biggest challenge we say, those state government say they don't want any person. We go build house on top of the moat, we go cover the moat, or we go they do business for inside the moat. But inside this moat, these scavengers they enter inside. However, all this place so now these scavengers they stay. Some of them they sleep here. Now here they gather all these things before they come carry and go the big company, before big lorry go come carry, but they'll first gather them all here. But government don't come here, come destroy them now. The question now be say, government say they give them notice before they come here. Government say that they suspect this place. Edo State government say that they suspect this place. That's why the Oga Eugene Okoli say when they in charge of Edo State Government Protection Property, Don't swing into action. He saying don't give them notice. So condemn wood, condemn zinc, condemn iron, condemn laptop, condemn TV, condemn rubber, condemn.
Waiting they happen.
You know, say government say government not dey play. Since they happen, government say any person will build any property, any person will build property for government land say they will call destroy them. You know, yeah. Say this our Fabi Akpata Primary School. Say the aluminium roof, the window, the door. Say the dirty for the counselor for you.
That's why I hear, oh. That's why we hear for you. Now we catch them, go give who they portion their soul. They don't pack our window, wood, everything. They don't sell the aluminium where they sell Fabi Akpata. School when me go, they don't sell our property. Finish. Now go now. Let me go Fabi Akpata now. Go school one. Let me go. They don't sell our property.
I enter the school just now. The aluminium roof.
It don't finish. They don't even do a new one. Put again. They don't effective the former one. Everything don't finish for our school. Make they pursue them. Make they go. They are wahala too much.
Who you the suspect? Now community area.
Nah, Boki the park cannot be community area. We don't get boys for this community again. Nah, Boki the carry and we don't fair cash. They go give community boys.
Community don't trouble.
Nah, Boki the do not be community boys.
Not be community.
No, community boys not in this area. Nah, Boki the do one.
People they not for. They use
They do one.
go for.
We dey catch them.
So people don't talk say make government put security for this our primary and secondary school.
That's the best. They need security for primary school. Most of this Fabi Akpata where they go still go this night oh.
Eh?
They go this night. They go there this night. This night they go there. They need security for that place. And not be only here oh, all the whole secondary school, primary school. We need security for there, not be only here. See that college there, motor there. Ministry of Education, they don't finish everything. Nah, security where they there, save us oh.
What Ministry of Education?
Yeah. Better young. Where a Boki park for there, they say. We just see them now. How we want to do, who want go meet. Everywhere don't spoil, everywhere cast oh. We don't know how want to do a Boki for this area. May they help us oh. Okpe will help us. May help us. May come to our rescue. All of them, yes. Now we there sis now. I don't net go there. Bo. If you don't enter then a Boki now they destroy. We don't want to go.
No be alleged now. Wait,
God say na Boki they destroy. Now the school I go, I did this area. Now Boki they destroy. Not be another person. If you hold the Alaji, you come bed them.
Alaji will come man.
You hold them. Alaji go bed them. Now they bed them.
All this one. Everything.
Alaji, that one that they would not fair hold on. Alaji come bed them. Where we are Nika, blue Nika. Alaji come bed them. Last week for here we see hold on. He take for inside their market there. As he run a job better moat. One security guy come cash on. Before you know, he go change the shirt where we are. He can't change color of Nika where we are. Change the shirt. He no say the brother Noah. The brother put a cup for him. The carry the cup too wrong.
Carry a cup wrong. No be lie.
Make government say security go there.
Oga, I still blame government because now the government supposed to checkmate these people. We now be Igbo man. You just imagine where I go want talk about these people here. The way even say on 2 occasions they don't vandalize things for workshop here. They don't vandalize cars here, up to 5 cars when they pay almost 12 million naira now. You get one Cadillac where they that outside. They cut all the wires. So even when I report the matter to state CID, they turn the matter. They just turn the matter against me. And the government they destroy. these boys, they still go there, go cut palebita nozzle.
You know say that nozzle na pump no, that nozzle na copper, la be na aluminium. Na copper.
Na copper.
The cutter.
They cut and they just cut and come out. They just cut and for you to know say, if you're this your mic now, if you say me peace for here now, come, you know, see.
Waiting they happen.
Mr. Eugene Okolise. How's everybody? Chairman, Edo State Public Protection Property. Okay. Waiting make you go drive those aboki with the back of Fabi Akpata Primary School. And people say, why Edo State government send you? Because we don't see so many of our primary and secondary school and most people don't vandalize and people don't build up. But what did make you go there today?
Because of the schools where they don't, you know, that they attack our infrastructures. Now, taxpayers' money. Now, might not be, now, those state money, not be one person get, not be governor get. Now, me and you money. If you go now, you go discover, if you they sell something for house, they will say bring receipts. Now, tax they pay so to the back to the government. And at that money, when government they gather, they do them. We know if we gather, go build school. One idiot from another area, from another, this thing will just come. Because if they hungry, they will just lose and go sell and give a bookie, and they will go sell and they will carry and come out for the state. What they did in Fabi Akpata, what did they do for there? They go remove the roof, go back to the back of the school, use every power, like say nobody if you do anything, go use and build where they stay. During the first time, if you go Fabi Akpata now, I go like make you drive this there. They don't remove almost all the roof finish.
I got there today now.
Then as I that one not reach them, yesterday, we go there, they want to resume school, they don't remove the whole roof. So now we begin to trace them. Anybody when we trace and go their place, we don't set up committee now. Anybody when we trace and go in dump, go use caterpillar, go demolish that place. You can see what we saw there today. There were more than over 3,000 people living in that like they stay for that Bagoro house. Over 3,000 people. When with the demolition, they won't begin fight. They did 5 person for in town.
Okay. You the suspect say that those people on a community youth or on a layman or on a people.
Nah, I see the roof. Don't be where person seeing thing they collect them. I see the roof, the exact roof for that place. They take and build their own houses. So now them. They not deny say not be them. Their guy go call their guy Badabasi, the state chairman. I tell her, I follow due process. I gave them 21 days ultimatum to pack away from that place. And they refuse to pack. So if they refuse to pack, now I use Caterpillar help them take pack them. And this is not just, if they talk about moat. Whoever built for moat, make it no say Wahala don't come. Yes.
Whoever built for a moat.
On top of moat, make it no say Wahala don't come. Because moat, land food beneath, make they go. Their papa get land, not be moat. You go the cover boat, they build land, they build house put.
When I talk to these people, they say now condemn television, condemn fridge, condemn laptop, condemn asset, condemn iron, everything condemn. Nine they buy.
No, I go fit carry you go there now, go show you the zinc. If you want me to show you, I will go show you. They were their oga did there. I can give you their oga's number, make it confirm what they tell you. Their state chairman, he did there now. Why would I go? What did they do me? Hausa people, I grew up in the north and Hausa land now for grow now. I get for Kaduna State now. So why would I go and be attacking them? I live in Sabotasha. My house for Kaduna, they stay house. I know we know they go. Our people they go Kaduna. They know they stay build their this thing. Go they stay for Bacha. Make they go see go here go rent house. Now what comes so?
Huh?
Yes.
Okay, as an area journalist, the investigation don't show say most of these our primary and secondary school where they for Edo State security not there where they gather more.
Yes, I just come up for meeting now. I don't go talk to with the whole meeting. The Edo State government don't give tell them say make they carry security go give all the schools. That is about 1,000 plus.
Waiting they happen.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Idiom expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Wayawa waso Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Maari Esama Dion na ni mado pon Esama ni mado gbeken Esama e ma Dion wa na Esama magbeken ne osabo obuyo biton ne baba no get turn maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbeken ne de na ima yafe ima ato ima agbo oro pa iwu dori ima dia wo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just question on me afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedion Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where women sit together to discuss things that are happening amongst us, especially the women. Do we talk about men? Yes, we do sometimes, when it is very, very necessary, especially when we're talking about marriage, talking about DNA and all that. But this is a room for women where we discuss, where we'll laugh, where we'll chit-chat, as you might call it. Anyway, it's a new episode, new production, and I am saying Happy New Year to you viewers. It's been a while, so we say Happy New Year and thank God we made it to 2026. Anyways, like as usual, I don't do this alone. I have my pretty women, my guests, always here to analyze some of the topics that we'll be discussing today. And on my right, I have Princess Edith Madejemo, who is a household name. She is the CEO Golden Touch Collection. Edith.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, and welcome as usual. And to my left, we have Ayo. The thing about Ayo, let me talk about Ayo before introducing her. I have been pursuing Ayo to join us on WIC because she has a lot to talk about. She has a lot to educate us on. But of course, Ayo is a very busy person. Thank God she made it through to us today. She is Ayo Ali Balogun. Ayo Ali Balogun is a management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're so pretty. I told you behind the camera, I like your earrings, so I'm going to take it. Anyway, thank you for joining us again. And let's just go straight to today's discussion. Ladies, it's been a problem, mothers, especially these young mothers these days, they shy away from discussing the adult talks with their daughter. And so the question is, when is the right time to start the discussion with your daughter on adult talks? I know you understand what I mean when I say adult talks. Princess, let me start with you.
Oh. I'm actually on that table right now.
Wow.
And at times it gives me goosebumps when I'm talking about it. But the way do we have to talk about it? As an intentional parent, you just have to be open to some extent. I don't think there is a perfect time for it, in as much as you watch your child or your girl child growing from 7 years, you can start at least educating her about herself. Then thereafter, from 10 years, I think you can start introducing some talk to her. Especially, I have this topic I introduced to myself and my daughter, mom and daughter night. We used to do it every Friday or Saturday night. At times, once or twice in a month, we do it. And that is the time we talk.
How old is your daughter, if I might ask?
She's almost 10. She's 9, going to 10. So we have mom and daughter nights, and at times, these nights are the nights we talk. At times, she would jot some things down about me that she want to tell me. Or about me, because I used to tell her, what do I do that you don't like? We parents, we can be somehow at times. So, and she will put it down. She's looking forward to that mother and daughter night that she'll tell me, Mommy, you used to do this and I don't like it. It makes me sad. As those points that she pointed out to me that makes her sad, I have to look into it. At times give her excuse. Then that is the time I have to talk to her about this adult talk. It's never too late when you start from 8, because you don't know where they go. You can't be with them all through. They go to church, they go to children party, you may be there. They go to school, you may be there with them at that children party, but you won't be playing with them. Maybe you just sit at the corner where the parents sit, and they will mingle with their friends. They go to school. You don't know what the other parents are teaching their children. And some of these things come from school. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, because from 8 years, an 8-year-old girl child should understand what you are talking about. We're able to get the message. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, you start telling them their body and how to associate with the opposite sex.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Now, Princess had said from 8 years. But some mothers will tell you, 8 years child, is a baby. I'm still, bathing for her and all that. I don't want to start talking to her about the adult talk at 8 years. Do you agree with her, or what exact time do you think is the right time for one to start discussing adult talk with the children? Let me remind you that some children, like you said, at 8 years are fully blown with everything. Everything, when I mean everything, I have seen a lot of them. So when do you think is the right time to start talking?
So personally, I think much earlier.
Okay. Earlier than 7?
Earlier than 7. And I must mention this. I don't know if you remember this lady, Auntie Jessica Obioma. She used to be there. And she told me many years ago and said, have you educated your daughter on her body in private? My daughter was 4 years at that time.
Wow.
I thought, straining. She said, no.
She's a child because you still have some children wearing Pampers at 4.
Right. So I remember visiting her and she said, no, you tell her here, if anybody touch you, no. Because abuse, someone who, who is looking for a prey would not leave children under 8. As long as a child begins to, the cognitive, develops and the child can assimilate, you understand, you begin to, in the language that the child would understand, you get. Even when they're playing, nobody touch you here, don't, like that. Break it beat by beat. You'd be surprised that by age 8, like you said, a lot of children, I know when I was much younger, a girl had started her monthly period at the age of 8.
Wow.
So you can imagine such a girl. Of course, she has womanly body and everything. Now, what do you think would happen if that child hadn't been well groomed?
Okay, that's it.
You understand? Now you also have some children are very adventurous. They're curious. There's so many things online today that they see and they want to explore. You see young children, I query a lot of the Nigerian movies where, they're very explicit when it comes to trying to describe adult scenes. And I think the Census Board should look into that. I think it's just too much for me. So I think the earlier, as soon as a child can recognize and assimilate 8, 2, 3, nobody touch you here, okay? Anybody touch you there, you tell mommy. Because it starts a predator starts to groom a child. I say, if you tell your mommy, I'll beat you. If I tell your mommy, I kill you, I'll kill your mommy. You understand? So you want to start building the confidence of that child as early as possible. And I love what you do, Princess, with your daughter, the mother and daughter. I wish, I had
talk.
The mom, yes. I wish I knew that when my child was that age. But I think that's brilliant. And I'm going to propagate it. It's brilliant. And I love the fact that you are encouraging her to pen down her thoughts about your actions.
You, yeah.
I remember once my daughter said to me, I was like, tell me, and she was like, no, I don't want to tell you. Because if I tell you now, when you're angry, you say it.
Oh, shit. I know how you feel that. I
know.
And it never left me. It never left me.
Okay, so let's come to that. What did you think you did wrong that made her to, get to that extent of saying, if I tell you this, the day you're angry, you bring it up to use it against me. Where did you go wrong in this?
So, with parenthood, nobody has a manual. So you come up, and then life has a way of, forming you. And you, the kind of person you are, determines. So this is me, who is a go-getter. And then my daughter, at that time, was a very quiet introvert. You could hardly hear her. So, I become very exasperated. I told her.
Because you're not acting like me.
Like me.
Why are you this quiet?
And guess what?
Yes, firebrand now.
Firebrand.
She was just forming. She was just forming.
No, that's language. Forming. No, I don't think she was forming. She was watching you.
Yeah, no. So that was her forming stage.
Molding.
Yes, molding. That's what I mean by that.
Okay.
See, it comes in. Sorry, darling.
Yes.
It comes in different way. Like your daughter said, if I tell you what you do now, if I tell you what's happening, you will use it against me.
Yeah.
I just imagine how you feel. It has happened to me actually. My own was smacking. So like you did something, I'll smack you. So there's something happened in school and she didn't tell me. I get to know, I think the third day or the other day. And I queried her. I said, you told me everything. Because I made it a point of duty that when I come to pick her, right from the car, we're already discussing.
How did the day go?
Even if I'm on call, once I drop that call, start telling me, start talking. Don't wait for me to ask you. We started it when she was little. So start telling me the things I couldn't enjoy when I was growing. I want my daughter to enjoy it. I enroll in all these different platforms, just to learn how to be a better mother, a better parent. I do. So I ask, I say, once I drop my phone, anything you think you should tell me, start talking. Don't wait for me anymore to start asking you. So I got to know 3 days after, and I asked her, why didn't you tell me? She was mute. For some time, I was like, am I talking to you? She said, yes. Did you hear what I said? She said, yes. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, if I tell you, you will smack me. You know, that's just as you said, it got to my brain like, so this girl can keep secret from me because I will smack her.
So how did you correct that?
Oh, so whenever she tells me things that would have make me smack her, I will not smack her. I will just hold on and correct her. That part, you know, I would have beat you. But I don't want to beat you so you can keep telling me.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So because of, after that scenario, such a thing never happened.
Ayo, I have had a young lady who came to meet me and said to me, I like the relationship you have with your daughter. I have just one daughter. I have the relationship you have with your daughter, but I do not have that relationship with my daughter. My daughter was actually very grown at the time she was talking to me about it, but her daughter was about 7 or 9, so she doesn't have that relationship that her daughter prefers to go talk to her dad. And then most times when her daughter wants to use her undies or, you know, zipper, she goes meet her dad. Daddy, do my zipper for me. Where do you think that mother went wrong for the daughter to have stayed away from her and rather talk with the father?
All right, so a lot of women, you know, query, oh, my children prefer the father, or that this. I don't say anything wrong with that. And I think, you know, the father also has a right to enjoy special bond
with
the daughter and with the son. So, you know, we can't tell, even as adults, we don't choose who to love or who we fall in love with romantically. And now when it comes to bonding, you know, there's this special thing that it just happens. I don't think the mother went wrong, and I don't think she should beat herself over it. She should leverage on the father and daughter relationship to get, you know, her own space, which is, you know, complements that relationship, encourage the relationship, and the girl will begin to trust her enough to say, oh, mommy's chill with this, and bring her in. I want to have her as the third man in that relationship instead of trying to, you know, form her own and by breaking it. I don't think so. I think the father has a right to have a special bond with his daughter, and I don't think the mother went wrong. And she should just leverage on the special father and daughter relationship, which I love, you know, and promote it, encourage them, and they would naturally drag her along. I think.
Fantastic. They would naturally drag her. I just hope she's listening, because she was very worried. She came and then she was complaining, my daughter doesn't have this bond you have with your daughter. But I built that bond with my daughter.
It's not a one-day thing.
It wasn't a one-day thing. Just like she said, I started this mother-daughter talk. I made her to know that she has to tell me everything. She's free to discuss anything with me. And then we became very close, you know. In fact, don't worry. You see the two of us, you think we're friends. Yeah, she's very grown now. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We will be right back to continue this discussion. It's WIC. Welcome back. It's WIC, Women in Conversation, and we're still here. I still have Edith in the house, and then Ayo Alibalogun is still here. We were talking about the right time to discuss adult issues with your girl child. But anyway, everybody here has said their own how to handle it and how to go about it. I just hope you viewers out there listened and, you know, learned from these two women here. So we're going to be moving on, still on the girl child. Yes, a lot of people will say it's a boy child, not a child. The boy child is also molested, okay? It's not just the girl child, but it is very common with the girl child. We have seen very recently where we see 11-year-old girls being pregnant. You know, we see the pictures and videos everywhere, and it's beginning to become a thing of concern, you know. So that is why I chose for us to discuss this today. A boy child is also very, very molested, just like a female child. But let's move on to the girl child. Still on the girl child, dating. When is the right time for a girl child to start dating?
Right. Sorry. So before I go into that, permit me, I'm also very passionate about the boy child. The boy child, any child, male or female, is vulnerable.
Very, very.
And must be educated. You have, boys child sodomized by older caregivers or people around, or also explored to adults things by the older female caregiver. So it is important, whether you have a girl child or boy child, to educate them on how to keep their private. So back on track.
Thank you for that. So back on track. When do you think is the right time for a girl child to start dating? We are concentrating on the girl child today.
Right.
We could bring in the boy child later on, but for the girl child, when is the right time for a girl child to start dating? Romantically.
Now, so when you say dating, I found that in recent times that, I think our generation would say dating is, immediately you're kissing, you're going to bed and all of that. But apparently, when you say dating, it's just you're going out for drinks, you're going out for movies. Then from the dating stage, you have the talking stage, and then the define. So there are different stages according to the millennials and the Gen Zs. So now, for the girl child, any child, especially female, who is smart enough to get into the adult space, that is the university, is open to and susceptible to things like that. Now, you can imagine a girl child, so this child goes to university at the age of 16 or 17. I think there was a law, I don't know if they reversed it now, that the girl, you can't get into university in Nigeria until you're 17 age.
Yeah, that law just started last year, sometimes last year.
3 years ago.
Was it 2 or 3 years ago?
I think yes, maybe to 2024 or early 2025. So, but if a girl child is old enough to get into university, smart enough to get into university, and finds a guy that she finds, to be honest, all of us at some point when we were in secondary school had crush on one person or the other. Sure. But in the university, you can encourage, because most, and from experience, I'll tell you that it's actually better for them to begin to have an open mind about having, healthy relationship, not amorous relationship with opposite sex, not that early. So when we say dating, are we talking about just going on, my friend is visiting me and the works? I think age 16, as long as you're in the university, I'm cool with that. But even if you're in the secondary school and, they do the dating, but they won't call it dating, they call it hangout. So we need to define clearly what we mean by dating.
And that is why I said dating romantically, not the hangouts. It's not even hangouts. We hear children say, I'm going for a sleepover in my friend's house. Yes, a sleepover. So we're going to be touching the sleepover thing, because I have a friend that has a particular issue about her daughter going for a sleepover. She also came to report that case to me. But let's go to you, Edith. Let's talk about the dating before we go to the sleepover.
To me, I won't say there's a particular age frame for dating. But like she rightly said, when a girl child is smart enough to be in the university, I think she's open for anything that comes to dating. Because in the university, you have mixed people, you have people, you have people that you crush on, that crush on you. And I think at that stage, you can express yourself. And another guy also is bold enough to express themselves, unlike when they were in the secondary school. At this stage, they are very expressional, and you are open for that. Then you should prepare your child, your daughter, ahead of this stage. Although they should also prepare their mind ahead of it, that, okay, now you, my daughter, you are going to the university. Mind you, you're going to come across Peter, you're going to come across some men that will admire you. Admiring you doesn't mean they want to take you to bed. You can associate. You can date anybody, but not the romantic part of it. You understand?
Yes.
Not going to bed. Then while dating, communication, like you said, stage by stage, communication, going out for lunch, for dinner, at times you party. It's an agreement. From the beginning of that dating, you spell out what you want. You understand? We want to just be friends. I love you and I like you. Let's be friends until I get to 20.
Don't you think that word love is heavy for just being friends? I mean,
No. It can't be heavy. You can love somebody and still respect that person's opinion.
No, but that's actually what love is. Love is respect.
So I love you and I want to date you. You can accept to date the person. I'm not going to bed. I'm not romantically entangled.
And that's where...
Are you getting it? Then you can be there for each other. You can have lunch together. You can go to party together. And you can still remain clean. Until the time that appointed time that you said, okay, you can just reach an agreement like, I want to be 20. I want to get to 21. I want to do it when I'm a graduate.
Okay. We'll
come
to that. Yes, let's go to you.
It brings us back to those adult education you've been giving your child.
Thank you.
So it's cumulative. Now you now see how successful you can measure your performance by how your girl child responds to all of this. Now she has a freedom. Has she all of a sudden forgotten all the education you have given her over the years? And that is where you also don't sit back or rest on your oars as a mother. You still go on, Let the girl child be open to, exploring.
But you know that in this Gen Z age, they are actually very different, okay? Back when they get to school, all the children are coming from different homes, different upbringings, different background. What you told your daughter is not what I probably would have told my daughter. Do you know there's some parents, there's some mothers who would say, if you meet a senator, that will spoil you. Go ahead to do that.
Oh, you have parents that can encourage their children to do all sorts.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So how do you maintain that that's good upbringing, that's good conversation you have had with your daughter before going to the uni? How do you continue to maintain that so she doesn't get to be lured by a child coming from a different background?
Constant talking. I would say, like she said, you don't relax. Like you've done your part, and the rest is there left for her to decide. You still keep talking. Keep still talking, and once in a while, talk to her, call her. You can bump into her. I like to do that once in a while. Just go to school unannounced, and you know where your child is. Like all the teaching all along, she has to put them to practice. If you have been teaching her from the age of 9, 10, and now she's free. There are some children that are free. When they see freedom, it look as if you'll be caging them. They'll just go haywire. But there are some children, even when they have that freedom, they will still be able to maintain that, character that they brought from the house. Like, okay, this is what my mom said I shouldn't do. I shouldn't be found in this company. I shouldn't be found in this company. But mind you, evil communication corrupts good manners. It does happen. It does.
So that's what I'm saying.
Kids,
how do you curb that?
Even when you give them all the home training, all the training that you think you should give your child or your daughter, when they go out there, they do something else. Some children are actually two-faced. I'm sorry to say, some children are two-faced. They come home, they are very innocent. They are very innocent. They are very decent. They are very calm and reserved. If you see them out there, if you have a picture of how your daughter behaved out there, you will be able to...
Let's take it from Edith saying some children are two-faced. How do you identify a child that is two-faced?
So, by and large, all of these things, the adult talks you have with your child, it's not just the adult talk you have with your child. You have other talks too. What is your value as a woman? Are you able to communicate your value as a woman to your husband, to your daughter, to your son? What is the value as a family? These are the things that you have to build over time. This family should be known to be a family of peace and integrity, accountability. It's not a function of somebody knocks and, who is that? Tell them that I'm not in the house. Tell them I'm not in the house. It's the landlord has come to Your child
passing the
learn
message.
not just by what you say, but by what you do. So when they now have the freedom, because over the years you have exemplified true leadership, the type of leadership that you would want to see in your child. Parents get asked, would you want your child to act the way you have acted in certain situations?
Oh, okay.
They keep mute.
They keep mute. So it borders on values.
Okay.
They
We
said-
are going to be rounding off this episode. Just 1 minute, one word, not 1 minute, one word to mothers out there.
Train up a child in a way that he will grow. That when he grows, he will not depart from it.
Ayo.
As a mother and as a caregiver, love. And be free to express love. Let I love you not be a once in a while thing. You may not have the opportunity tomorrow to say I love you.
Wow. Whew, we've come to the end of this episode. Actually, Edith said train up a child properly. Let me, brief it there. And Ayo says love. Learn how to love and let the love not be a one-day thing. Continuously. That's what you want there. Keep telling your daughter, I love you. Even your boy child, I love you at every minute. Anyway, it's been an amazing time out with these women. Thank you so much, Edith, for coming. And thank you, Ayo, for being here today. And it is a wrap here from us here on WIC. We'll see you next time.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
A beautiful evening to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. At least 130 Nigerians have registered for voluntary evacuation from South Africa amidst rising tensions linked to anti-foreigner protests. Minister of Foreign Affairs Bianca Odumego Ojukwu disclosed this in a situation report, noting that the exercise is part of measures to safeguard Nigerians abroad. She said the directive followed President Bola Tinubu's instruction for closer monitoring and protection of Nigerian citizens. The minister also confirmed that Nigeria has engaged South African authorities diplomatically over the situation. The development comes amid renewed protests in cities including Pretoria and Johannesburg, raising concerns over the safety of foreign nationals. 2 Nigerian deaths linked to security-related incidents. And moving on, residents of Catholic Charismatic Road off Ekanwa Road in Benin City have commended Governor Mondo Okpebholo for initiating critical infrastructure projects across Edo South Senatorial District. The residents turned out in their numbers on Sunday evening to appreciate Governor Okpebholo during an inspection of the road, which is now nearing completion. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchegbo has details.
The 1.1-kilometer Catholic Charismatic Renewal Road in Ubuoko, along with its associated drainage system, designed to address years of flooding in the area, is one of the signature projects of the Senator Mondo Okpebholo administration, bringing relief to residents of the community. With about 90% of the project completed, the first section of the road has been delivered using concrete pavement technology, while the remaining stretch has been asphalted. The once flood-prone area has now been transformed with the construction of side drains as well as dual water retention ponds designed to manage and evacuate stormwater effectively. For Chief Joseph Amadasun, who relocated from Lagos 4 years ago, the quality of work in the area can be compared to that of a former Lagos State Governor, Lateef Jakonde. Other residents also expressed appreciation for Governor Okpebholo's infrastructure development efforts in the area.
This place has been a very dirty trap. No road here, and I commend his efforts. He's working like my former governor at Lagos State, which we call Baba Kekere. That is Jakende. I love his way of working.
They live in Obioko more than 7 years, and we are facing erosion challenge. But now we have thanked the Edo State Governor for the making of this erosion control project. We are very happy, and all community are very happy for this work.
Governor Okpebholo also inspected ongoing construction work at various sections along the Benin Supply Road before making a brief stop at the Christ Embassy campground to assess drainage works aimed at addressing flooding challenges along parts of the corridor. From Benin, Kingsley Uchegbu, ITV News.
A man identified as Francis Dua has been arrested by the police in Benin City over alleged sexual exploitation and circulation of explicit content involving multiple individuals. Edo State Police Command says the suspect has since been charged to court. Crime correspondent Jola Adeojo reports.
The suspect, 32-year-old Francis Dua, was arrested in Benin City over allegations bordering on sexual exploitation, the production and circulation of explicit content involving unsuspecting individuals. According to the police public relations officer, ASP Eno Ikoyedem, the suspect allegedly lured female victims to his residence in Iyekogba Estate under the guise of arranged meetings where they were allegedly exploited while recordings were made without consent. It was alleged that the suspect collaborated with other male individuals who participated in recording and circulating the explicit materials for financial gain. ASP Eno said the operation followed a distress call from residents over suspicious activities and loud noises in the apartment, leading to a raid by operatives. During the operations, the victims were rescued and the suspect was arrested. ASP Eno said investigations revealed that the suspect also sexually exploited one of the male individuals who participated in recording and exploiting the female victim.
Francis happens to be a homosexual who lures victims to his house, and he will set up a camera, uses a knife to threaten them and make adult content where he posts them online and makes money. So he was arrested and he confessed to this, and a lot of exhibits were recovered, including some adult toys which he uses to forcefully engage these victims sexually. His mobile phones were recovered and some laptops where he's in the habit of doing these things.
ASP Eno Ikoyedem confirmed that the suspect has been charged to court, urging youth to invest their time in more legal money-making scheme. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
Management and staff of independent television and radio have been encouraged to embrace a culture of thanksgiving and spiritual awareness as means of achieving success and building resilience in challenging times. This message was delivered by the senior pastor of His Glory Royal Assembly International, Dr. Emeka Ekura, during the station's monthly prayer meeting for the month of May held at St. Gabriel Hall, Oluku, Benin City. The report filed by Shalom Owara is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
It was a moment of deep reflection and spiritual renewal as management and staff of Independent Television and Radio gathered for their monthly prayer meeting. The atmosphere was filled with worship, prayers, and words of exhortation aimed at strengthening faith and unity across departments. In his opening remarks, the Managing Director, ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, encouraged staff to ensure excellence in their various duties. He highlighted the importance of gratitude, describing Thanksgiving as a key driver of both personal development and organizational growth.
Please, you can't be like me to my God, and I can't be like you to your God. But we can. Come under this umbrella and appreciate God. Please, let's thank God. Let's appreciate Him for the little we have so that He can do more for us. My dear colleagues, spiritually see the cup as half full than as half empty.
In his sermon, Dr. Emeka Ekuha urged staff to remain spiritually conscious, noting that such awareness is essential for overcoming marital challenges.
We should be vigilant in the nation where we belong, in the communities where we belong. There are battles, we call it known and unknown battles. And these battles, if you are not vigilant, you won't be able to win them.
A major highlight of the event was the presentation of a promotion letter by the Managing Director, Elvis Obaseki, to Thomas Sado, who was elevated to the position of Manager, News and Current Affairs Department.
On behalf of management now, for the work you are doing, you are now a manager, News and Current Affairs. I don't know when she really paid me to say what I have in the inside of me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
In a vote of thanks, the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, expressed appreciation to the guest preacher and commended staff for their continued dedication and commitment.
We are grateful. I'm so glad hearing from you one-on-one. You have touched me very much today. May the oil of anointing upon you never run dry. In the name of Jesus. Thank you for coming.
The prayer meeting was attended by top management staff, including the Director, Independent Radio, Dr. Dan Omosuzi, General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, General Manager, Special Duties, Abiodun Mudashiru, Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, and Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Eosa Agbolahan, among others. Oluwafemi Farayola, ITV News.
And the flagship program this morning on ITV spotlighted key political and social issues shaping national discourse. His Hunamuri reports that top of the discussion was the race for the 2027 elections, which has continued to generate controversy and the xenophobic attacks in South Africa. The report is presented by Jola Adeojo.
From Benin, the General Secretary of Edo APC Diaspora Media Group, Dr. Alassa Brahima, alongside political scientist Eromosele Eiswa, who joined virtually, warned that internal party democracy must be upheld to ensure credibility.
We have a serious responsibility to mobilize our fellow APC teams, even if they are not APC, every members of Edo, because expected those that are to have that privilege of also gathering everybody together.
We as party men, we always project the interests of the party. Even when I was in PDP, I always believe in PDP, not other parties.
Edo State Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Honorable Nosa Adams, also featured on the program to address the persistent flooding in Benin City, where he highlighted ongoing government interventions and assured residents of sustained efforts to mitigate the challenge.
Forestry Commission under the ministry, they are doing reforestation and preventive deforestation. We have signage. We have Waste Management Board under the ministry. They are working. These MDAs were all properly budgeted for.
In Abuja, human rights advocate Comrade Gerald Kachi weighed in on xenophobic attacks in South Africa, calling for stronger diplomatic engagement to protect Nigerians abroad.
It's time African leaders, especially countries affected, use strong language on South African government. It shouldn't be something you try to pancake cake with deodorant and fragrances.
Meanwhile, in Lagos, legal practitioner Barrister Atta Adams examined a recent judgment involving the African Democratic Congress, saying its outcome could significantly influence political alignment ahead of the 2027 general elections.
The opposition needs to unite together. Otherwise, what happened in 2023 is going to happen again.
The program emphasized the growing intersection of politics, governance, and citizens' welfare across the country. From Benin, Jola Diojo, ITV News.
And that report wraps it on ITV News for this time. Thanks so much for watching. I am Harry Igboje. Do enjoy the rest of your night.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contacting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of 2 local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Experience to have you join us on the program Heritage. My name is Precious Fortune, and of course you know how we get to do it on this program, where we get to take you around different cultural experiences, dance, celebrations, festivals, and all of that. And today is no exception. Well, today we're going to be looking at something quite unique. We're going to be looking at the Igede dance of Benue State. Now that dance, everything about that dance, the steps, the rhythm, the musical instruments, everything is spectacular. Let's go take a look.
The Igede dance is a popular and vibrant cultural performance of the Igede people of Benue State, Nigeria. It is often associated with the Igede Agba Festival, a major cultural celebration that showcases the heritage and identity of the people. The Igede people trace their ancestry to Sabongida Ora in Edo State, from where they migrated centuries ago under the leadership of a figure named Agba, before settling in present-day Benue State. The dance derives its name from the legendary founder, Agba, who was said to be a renowned native doctor. According to tradition, he was deeply connected to a musical instrument called Igede, from which the people and eventually the dance got its name. Igede dance is a high-energy, expressive performance typically showcased during the Igede Agbanyuyam festival. It is performed to honor the ancestors, celebrate a bountiful harvest, and demonstrate strength, unity, and cultural pride. Though it can be performed at other times, it is most prominent during festive seasons. Characterized by fast-paced rhythms and dynamic movements, the dance is a spectacle of color and tradition. Dancers adorn themselves in striking traditional attire, often in shades of blue, white, and black, creating a visually captivating performance that reflects the richness of Igede culture.
Igede dance of Benue State, and that dance was really an amazing one. Everything about the dance is beautiful. I hope you enjoyed all of that. Well, do join us next time, of course, same station, for another episode of Heritage. In the meantime, have yourself a productive week. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Hello, good morning viewers, good morning Nigeria, and welcome to This Morning on ITV TMI, right here on Independent Television, where as usual we take the 3 hours that we do take every morning to talk about the most consequential issues in our social and political landscape. As you know, it's ever evolving. There's a new topic every single day, and we get to bring it to you right here on the program and give you varying insights on these topics. I am Chukwufumnanya Digwe. I'm here in our Benin studio, and I'm not alone. I'm also here with Anu Luakbo Stevens. Good morning, Anu. How was your weekend? And how are you firing up this morning?
Good morning, Chukwufunaya. My weekend was great, as always, and yeah, it's good to be here to a new month, so I'm sure we're still in the euphoria of being grateful to God for seeing the 5th month in the year.
Definitely. And yes, just so you know, as usual, we do this across 3 centers here in Benin. We also have Abuja and Lagos centers standing by to join in the conversations, just to kickstart what we're doing this morning. Anu, yesterday was World Press Freedom Day, and we got to see gurus in the media industry and also stakeholders in the media industry come up to, you know, basically talk about press freedom and what is needed to push these, you know, press freedom and push just what the society needs in the terms of journalism, freedom and all of that. And what's your take?
Oh, well, Press Freedom Day celebrated yesterday, not just in Nigeria, but also globally as well. And it's actually another day, or it was another day to raise concerns about intimidation that journalists face globally. I read a statistics yesterday where it categorically highlighted what journalists face in Sudan, in other African countries, you know, generally, and it says a lot. And also down here in Nigeria, we're not left out with, you know, journalists having to face intimidation and, you know, possible harassment from state actors and of course non-state actors as well. So it was another day to highlight all of the excesses and also to call out on the relevant authorities, the government, to ensure that journalists operating in Nigeria, and not just in Nigeria, globally, have the freedom of expression, you know, basically to just do your job. Like they would say that we are the watchdog of the society, and not just that, we're also the 4th arm of government, or the 4th realm in the estate. So being a journalist on its own is a whole lot of work, and the right respect, welfare packages, that's also another one, because
it was something
you know,
that was advocated.
Right, because the conversations as regards having low welfare packages for journalists in Nigeria, and also maybe in some part of the country that is part of the world that I do not know, but it's also another time for us to highlight basic stuff and address it to the core.
Very well said, and basically that's just it. What is needed to facilitate and advocate for press freedom in Nigeria? What's going to help us who are here, you know, to be able to disseminate proper information out there to society? That's what yesterday was all about, and I really do feel like this is something that should be talked about every day, because the media truly is the mirror of society. Now, talking about that, having my colleagues in Abuja and also in Lagos join me, I have Patricia Gabriels right there in Lagos this morning. Good morning, Patricia. How is Lagos? How are you?
Good morning, Chukwufunaya, and good morning, Anu. Lagos is beautiful. It rained through the night, so I mean the weather is a little bit calm today. As on you know, every other day that Lagos has been very hot. Lagos is calm this morning because of the rain.
All right. Thank you so much, Patricia. We'll come to what you're having for us on your end. But before that, something that has taken Nigeria's political space by storm is the decampment of Peter Obi, the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate in the general elections, of course, from the ADC. It sparked a lot of conversation, a lot of reactions. People are talking. Has this weakened the confidence that people had in Peter Obi? A lot of people are now saying he's jumping from pillar to post. He is an unsure politician and all of that. And he's come out to also give his reasons. I mean, he gave this a very hearty post, which he did put out there on X yesterday that has, elicited a lot of reactions. What do you think about this, Anu?
Well, it's a lot, and I just feel like the battle has been drawn for the 2027 general election. This really might not be a shock to some persons, while to some persons they perhaps didn't see it coming. Now, for Peter Obi as a politician, let's even run through his trajectory over the years, from ABGA to PDP, from PDP down to ADC, and now he's in the NDC. Well, he actually stated his reasons, and he said it's not a situation of having anything to do with the national chairman of the party, Senator David Mark, or Atiku Abubakar, or Rotimi Amechi and the likes. For him, it's just a systematic problem that he has perceived has been going on in the ADC with the legal tussle, the legal battles, left, right, center, and that has shaped his decision of leaving the ADC down to the NDC. Now, prior to that statement we saw yesterday on the street of social media, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso was also caught up in the web as well, as some persons dragging him saying, hey, we didn't see you in the last meeting you had in the ADC. And he actually also dished out a lengthy message online and said it was due to personal reasons beyond his reach. And it was also shocking to see that he also followed Peter Obi to the NDC. And then minutes afterwards, we had, them go over to officially move over to the NDC, and that, actually sparked a lot of reactions online and offline, with a lot of persons talking about the candidacy of Peter Obi, if he's truly really has the intention of Nigerians at heart, or he just wants to clinch the tickets for the 2027 general election.
Well, it is really what it is, but these are the theatrics that I would say characterizes Nigeria's political space, especially when it comes to times like this. The elections are close, so we get to see a lot of this, but Peter Obi is someone that people in time past, or maybe even right now, I don't know, see as strong candidates, and now this might just undermine all of that. And just to let you know, we're also joined by the anchor in our Abuja studio. Joseph Kadiri is on standby. Good morning to you, Joseph. How are you doing?
Very good morning to you. It's from morning. Onua, trying to get the name correctly, about Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Of course, we also have our sister in Lagos, Patricia Gabriel. The discussion, very, very interesting, especially when it comes to the race for the soul of the Villa come 2027. We are seeing, defections, call it counter defections, movements, and then you have supporters complaining about, the exit of some persons that they have already, put their hope on their backs, believing that with them in the party will definitely get hold of power come 2027. Of course, the movement of Peter Obi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso has long been predicted, not only because of the fact that the ADC has issue in court, but of course, the Atiku faction there is an issue. And based on that, many people believe that Atiku is that kind of godfather that may not want to anoint, a godson. He wants to be on the ballot, and that is the difference between him and Bola Tinubu. Bola Tinubu in 2014, he stepped aside and say, you guys go and contest for the primaries. I'm not interested. Anyone that's emerged, I will support. And at the end of the day, we saw that the late president, Muhammadu Buhari, emerged, and he was picked as the running mate. He said, no need, let me just stand and watch. So that's something that people give credit to Bola Tinubu, a man who can sacrifice today for increased tomorrow. And of course, we have seen the increase tomorrow, which is now is the president of the nation. But when it comes to Atiku, that's saying that he cannot sacrifice to have his name, not to be in the ballot. And because of that, many people would want to move away. So long as he is there in the ADC and he happens to have the upper hand in the ADC, if they go into primaries, Peter Obi may not be able to get the ticket, and that's why he left. And it's not a new thing with Peter Obi. Same thing he did when he was in the PDP. And of course, when it comes to politics in Nigeria, all the politicians have been recycled. All of them, including their president, he was with the AD and then ACN. We have seen, of course, where he is today in the APC. And Rabi Musa Kwankwaso, they have always been moving, including at first two and Peter and so they're to be of getting the ticket to run, for their ambition. However, we hope that this movement will not only secure his tickets with Rabi Musa Kwankwaso for 2027 race, but give him victory, because the ultimate aim is to emerge victorious. And Rabi Musa Kwankwaso is one heavyweight in the north. Peter Obi, the last election in 2023, he has a balance sheet of over 6 million voters. And then if you add that of Rabi Musa Kwankwaso and the pockets of others, the prediction is that he may come very close to the villa. So that's something.
Joseph, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your disposition there. Let's also have Patricia weigh into, the issue on ground about the decampment or the exit, I would say, of Peter Obi from the ADC. What does this foretell for Nigerian politics and democracy come 2027?
Thank you, Chukufundanya. Okay, so all the analysis is correct this morning, but I want to just weigh in a little bit. Peter Obi and Kwankwaso don't just have supporters. I think I want to call them movements. I think they have movement. And then, the movement had already said to Peter Obi, presidential ticket or nothing. We don't want the vice president. We don't want any other thing. We need you to get the presidential ticket. It's a strong movement. So he had to just do what his obedience, let me call them that name, are expecting of him. And then, like we all know that Atiku Abubakar is not going to step down for Obi to get the ticket during the primaries. So I think it's a decision to leave, even though he didn't say that. It's for him to grab the presidential ticket, while Kwankwaso is the vice president ticket. And, because of their movement, Kwankwaso too also has a movement. I don't want to call them political supporters, because this movement is strong. And they are with them anywhere they go to. So I want to see them as not just political supporters. And also with Atiku not wanting to step down, that would be difficult for them to grab the presidential ticket in the ADC. And so their movement wants them to grab the ticket, and they moved. So let's expect and see how it unfolds. But fortunately for me, I'm going to have a barrister in the house this morning who is going to be discussing this, the court judgment and the movement of Peter Obi to another party later on.
All right, thank you so much for your take there and also your insights on what you'll be having today, Patricia. Well, you're still watching TMI right here on Independent Television. After this intermission, we'll go into our newspaper review segment. Stay with us. Welcome back. We're now in our newspaper review segment. Let's take a look at our national dailies and see what the papers are saying. Our first point of call happens to be a Daily Sun, and the Daily Sun headlines there: 2 ex-presidents behind Obi Kwankwaso's exit from ADC. The subwriter says former Anambra Kanu governors join NDC, cite toxic political environment, internal crisis for exiting ADC. APC brands Obi Nigeria's inconsolable political drifter. ADC picks presidential candidates May 25, pegs nomination form at 100 million naira. That story is on page 6.
Okay, let's move on to our next port of call, which of course is the Guardian newspaper. And what we have here, it says on the front page, opposition crumbles as Atiku takes Nigeria's crisis to global stage. You'll find that story on page 6. And there you have NAF strikes terrorists, destroys Abasu Aiki's hideout in Katsina. World Press Freedom Day, Serap, NGE, HHRC demand safety, justice for journalists. That's what we have for you on the Guardian newspaper.
Away from the Guardian newspaper, we turn our attention now over to the Vanguard newspaper. And the major headline says, INEC decline, INEC deadline, Obi Kwankwaso trigger mass defection. Subwriter says, Obi Kwankwaso others joins Dixon's NDC, brainstorm in Abuja. Why we left ADC, Obi speaking, you are a political nomad. Presidency mocks Obi. APC closes sales of farms today. Same lawyer, 2 parties. Coalition demands INEC probe of APM and DC. Well, all of this and more on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper, and also power sector crisis, banned regime collapses, discos missed delivery targets on page 11. But that's all time will permit us on the Vanguard today.
Interesting stories, I must say, that we have on the national dailies today. And interestingly, the major dominant story is the movement of Peter Obi and, of course, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. I saw this coming some few days ago, and the news was popping up that I think at that time the NDC started reaching out to Obi and Kwankwaso to join their fold, and they made their presidential, vice presidential tickets available to them. And the reasons given by Obi, you can call him whatever you want to call him, but you see, there's a parable that says, when you see a stone coming, right, it won't blind you. To get into your eyes. And that's exactly what Peter Obi has done. Well, the opposition will call him maybe the most widely traveled politician.
Nomad drifter.
All of those, yes. They can call it whatever they like, but whether you like it or not, you can see the conversation surrounding him, because the Supreme Court judgment on the ADC was a case of giving with one hand and taking back with the other hand. The Supreme Court affirmed the leadership of David Mark. On one hand, asked them to go back to the Federal High Court to continue with the suit filed by the former National Vice Chairman, Nafiu Bello Bala, against the same leadership of the ADC. Hold that on one hand. The Federal High Court nullified the state congresses of the ADC. So you see, from all indication, they will go back to the court to pursue that first case to logical conclusion. From the High Court, they go to Appeal Court. From the Appeal Court,
to
they
Supreme
go to
Court.
Then they'll go back to
the court again to challenge the nullification of the state congresses. From the High Court, they go to the Appeal Court. From the Appeal Court to the Supreme Court. And there is also another suit by the former state chairman of the ADC against the leadership of the present ADC. So you see, it's a gamut of litigations, unending litigations that will drag through this May, which is supposed to be a rallying point for partners for most political parties. So when you look at that scenario, you just know that there is nothing you can benefit from.
There's a lot of crisis there.
Yes. Right. So now you're seeing that with the movement of Obi, it has triggered more defections away from the. In fact, there was one that was so funny. He joined the ADC for, I think it was just about 2 weeks or so. After 2 weeks, he left the ADC.
To the APC?
No, he went to NDC.
Okay.
He went to NDC. So NDC has suddenly become the new bride. But there's something Obi said, which I think a lot of us politicians need to pay close attention to. In every crisis situation, you have those who are within the party creating the crisis. Then you have those who are outside the party helping to sponsor the crisis as it were. Someone said, do you think that the NDC has any legal baggage? I said, you can't tell.
Yeah,
until
you can't
people
tell.
and then it starts showing up and it starts manifesting.
Exactly.
In Nigeria, nobody knows anything about you until you indicate interest to contest for a political position or an elected position. That's when they remember what your grandmother did, your great-grandfather did. All of those things will start coming into the force. So for the NDC, it may be a new bribe for politicians to go to, but with what Obi said, that the things that led to the crisis in the Labour Party, they've come to the ADC, and who knows, they may go to the NDC.
Well, interestingly, just to add a little thing, we're already seeing a wave of controversy. Has actually erupted following the registration of Senator Dixon-led National Democratic Congress as the All Progressive the All Democratic Alliance, ADA, raises concerns about the legitimacy of the process. Now, promoters of ADA claims that the NDC was registered through fraudulent means that bypassed the guidelines established by INEC. So we're already saying that happening already.
That's enough ground to go to court and challenge
wasted their time again.
And of course, then drag it on. The primary ends. They don't get the presidential candidate, and then of course it becomes a one-way traffic. Okay, still TMI on the ITV network. We have a lot of interesting conversations for you today on the show. We trust you stay with us and enjoy every bit of it. Well, talking about 2027, just around the corner in Edo South, the major crisis is brewing. That's against the background of a statement credited to the chairman of the ruling party in the state, and that has generated a lot of buzz, a lot of reactions and counter reactions. We'll also be talking about environment, particularly on flooding menace. I spoke with a lawyer yesterday, and he raised a very fundamental question about why certain things happen and you just expect justice to be done. But most of the time, those who raise such issues don't really follow through to ensure that justice is done. We're making reference to the Mene Ugidi extrajudicial killing in Warri last week. We'll be talking along those lines. Please stay with us. Stay TMI on the ITV network. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. The race for 2027 is hotting up and of course gaining serious momentum. We'll begin our conversation today from some of the issues surrounding allegations and counter allegations for Edo South Senatorial District, and then of course that will extrapolate that to look at the expectations on the national level. I've got Dr. Alassa Brimo is the Director General of APC in Diaspora, joining us virtually. And of course, Ahiswan Romosale is a political scientist and also a chieftain of the APC. He will be joining us virtually from Benin. Gentlemen, thank you for joining me on the show, TMI, this lovely Monday morning. Let me begin with you, Dr. Alassa. Good to have you on the show. Dr. Alassa, if you can hear me, it's good to have you on the program.
So good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Good to have you join us. Fantastic. Let's quickly talk about some of the controversies surrounding APC primaries, particularly in Edo South Senatorial District. We heard, I was there in the social media space for some days, a statement credited to a chieftain of the party saying they already are aware of who the winner will be or the candidate of the party will be, but it's certainly not a pastor. What do you make of that statement? That statement has been analyzed, extrapolated by various stakeholders. Everything converged into one direction, that as a party chieftain, such a statement shouldn't have come out at all. What do you make of that?
It's in our political space. We are having a party chairman that one we should have seen as a respected figure that is through democratic process in our state. But unfortunately, the one we are having is really dirty, to say the least. If you can recall, we do not really have internal crises within the party. The party was going smoothly, even though there were personal rancors among members. But that the state chairman of the party, Emperor Gerard Tenebe, went to a TVC News. In that news, who are you going to give how is the election going to be? It was just a simple question asked by the host of that event. And openly said, we already know. He said we are not giving tickets to a serial loser. The word we are not giving tickets to a serial loser. I'm quoting him now, not like this is what he meant, because I'm not in his heart. I can't tell you what he meant. We are not giving tickets to a serial loser. And we went further. Why is this man using this kind of, everybody, they are party members, even though you will have sentiment towards a particular candidate. One should expect every other candidate who contests, every other aspirant who contested during that process should be integrated. So using unprintable words like serial loser on those people who are not going to be fair, it's not fair on party members. That is our personal take. And he went further to say, the right person is already known, and the person is not a pastor. Certainly, he has preempted the outcome of a process that has not been done. He has predetermined who becomes the candidate. This is unfair. Who is a serial loser? First of all, we had issues with it. But coming out boldly to tell us that you already know the right person and the person is not a pastor, it implies that he was referring to a particular candidate. Our stand was not basically, we did not hate a particular candidate. We never liked a particular candidate. We are APC Media Diaspora team. We have a serious responsibility to mobilize our fellow APC teams, even if they are not APC, every members of Edo, because we felt the best way we can consolidate every positive things that is happening in the state is for us to go around the entire countries in the Europe, America, Canada, UK, everywhere. Speak with people who are from our state to support this governor so that we can have a fair state, everything going on smoothly. Because if we have excess opposition in the state, it may lead to several, even the little oppositions we already having. You can see the way they make news every day, come up with several allegations and several things. It's uncalled for. So we expected those that are to have that privilege of also gathering everybody together. Now, what we have done since in gathering the APC, irrespective of being in opposition in past time, one man is there in the name of a party chairman. You are there using unprinted languages that are very unfair on members of the political party.
Okay, let me just pause you there. Let me pause you there, Dr. Brahima. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Ermasalia Hiswa, give me your take on this. The APC chairman is a member of the party. He has the right to his opinion, just the same way Dr. Lanza has his right to his opinion, and you also have your right to opinion. I've heard people say those statements are tantamount to imposition of a candidate. Does that resonate with you?
Well, I said the party chairman made statements. He didn't mention anybody's name. According to Arab Square, it's a question of who gets what, when and how. The time is determined, and it determines how the political engineering and the process is taken. You, as an aspirant, aspiring into a particular position, either a South senatorial seat, certainly you must have confidence in yourself that I will win the primaries. It doesn't matter what the chairman said. The chairman made a statement in order to make party members to be serious, in order for them to do their best. Now, if the chairman said that we cannot give ticket to a serial loser, yes, you can give ticket to a loser. Now, that is an avenue. It is a stepping point for somebody to come up in order for the person not to be a loser. Going to let the chairman know that you are not a loser, I am a winner. Then you put your best. Sometimes in politics, we have blind followers. And blind followers, they give every political action, every political word or political statement, they give it unnecessary coloration, which is so appalling, which is lugubrious. And to say the least, it is preposterous. It's not something we should count on. We, as members of the All Progressive Congress, and as a political scientist, I will tell you today that the party is struggling in order to get 2.5 billion votes, which the governor has made a public declaration of. Let me tell you one thing. People that are engineering this, people that are taking this on the high side, are many persons that are trying to cause faction in the party. Because we know quite well that there are some persons that have this mindset of going to ADC or NDC, as the case may be. We know how it works. Let me tell you critically, we as party men, we always project the interests of the party. Even when I was in PDP, I always believe in PDP, not other parties. Now, in APC, we believe in the APC. Let me tell you, the party chairman is somebody that certainly that is loved by many. Why is he loved by many? Because he speaks something directly. The man, he doesn't go to, it's not somebody that will go this side and go this side. He speaks directly. It's somebody that speaks directly, that directs the statement, and it makes the party members for them to stand and rise in order to challenge opposition in a more professional way, as the case may be, or in a way that the party will have this confidence of winning the election. Getting 2.5 million votes, as the case may be, in addition to that, which the party chairman said in his own words, that 3.5 million votes, adding to what the governor said. Getting this vote is not something that you just flip aside. It's something that you must put party members to their toes. You must make them to rise. If some of them are sleeping, let them rise. Saying that we give a ticket to not a serial loser. Who is a serial loser? Have you made yourself to be a serial loser? For example, Dr. Duke. Somebody says serial loser. Would you step in and say you are the serial loser? You cannot step in. Rather, you will put your best, like the way you are doing on ITV. You put in your best to bring out the best in the broadcasting company organization. You understand my point? That is what we are doing in politics. In politics, like we check now the opposition, they are rising, they are striving hard in order to fight the incumbency or the incumbent government in power. You understand? Now, the government in power should also put a strong force in order to win, in order to declare, in order to deliver for the president. It's not just a memo thing. So I want to advise those that are taking this deep inside them that it is wrong. It is out of place. It's not something that is supposed to be called for. When you hear people start talking about that, the chairman made some statement, I corrected them sometimes. I said, oh, did the chairman mention somebody? Even if he says not a pastor, do we have many pastors? Do we have only one pastor in Edo South? Do you have only one pastor? We have many pastors. So are you going to tell yourself that you are the one? Why not rise in order to move forward? You see, in politics, we have spectators. We have spectators who that watch the political game. They are easily influenced by some attitude, words, and actions of some politicians. Let me give you a clear term. You see, I don't want to discredit my brother, Dr. Alassa Brahma. The diaspora, we love them. But there's no pulling unity in diaspora. But we love them because they have been contributing to the growth of the polity. But there's one thing I'd always encourage them: stop foiling faction in a party. It has happened some time ago when Governor Powell was sworn in as governor. Some persons came up and started fighting a particular structure that was appointed by the governor at diaspora, and they created faction among them. I advise them, this is not the right way to go. Why not meet the party executive, discuss this issue, and you address it, and it becomes something that you can hardly put together. You don't just come on there and say, if you have an issue, you present it to the party state working committee, then the state working committee will look into it. And if there's any way that the chairman heard, they can call the chairman and discuss with him and say, Mr. Chairman, do that. If something, if you call yourself a party man, this is the best way of going. You understand? Not just trying to foil crisis, trying to foil faction, in order for us to have maybe a stake in it. So I want to stand on it that the chairman has not mentioned anybody's name. The chairman only made a statement in order for all APC members to work harder to declare the Edo State for Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. That is my take on this, Dr. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those perspectives. Dr. Brahma, let me come to you. There are those who say people like you are making a molehill out of nothing. That a statement that is so is giving so much attention. In that statement, the particular name of the pastor wasn't mentioned. The specific name of the serial loser wasn't also mentioned. I'd like to get your reactions along those lines.
I want to first of all talk about this young man that has been using this same language that people want to decamp to. That's why they are making those statements. If you want to motivate anybody into winning, the use of a statement like a serial loser, if I use that statement in my capacity, nobody will take me serious using that statement. But as a leader of a party, not just a leader, the first person you can see when you look at the state APC is Emperor Gerald Tinubu, apart from the governor, who is the general leader. A statement like that is very insulting. And when things like that happen, and you discover it, it is good you call him privately and say, this kind of a statement, you don't use it mostly when we are in the breach of a contest. When we did that, Tinubu openly started raining insult on. They thought this guy that is talking, Maxim, he was not even supporting the governor that is our sitting governor now. The man that he did not support the sitting governor. We know what we went through in stabilizing this APC that these people are not talking about now. Tinubu came from PDP to APC, and we have been there. We know what we have been going through in that party. The former APC chairman, Aslebo Jesua, this was one of the patterns they were using then, synergizing themselves with the governor's opinions and everything. That was what tore that party apart. Now, we are going to a major election in the state. And a statement like this was made by let me tell you the reason why we came out openly on this issue. During the local government election, was there election in that our local government contest? Let us be sincere. 18 local government form was purchased and shared to members, okay, without consulting every other aspirant.
Dr. Alassa, let me just understand this point clearly. in the analysis we've done so far, you are taking us to the local government election. Are you saying that in the local government primaries, what the APC did in Edo State was imposition of candidate? Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying there was no election, or there was no primary election.
Not coming out, because if you're talking about party man, sometimes this process of you saying because they are as a party man, you should hold on to this, you should do this and do this. I'm not one of those people who support, I will just hold a candidate. Because I love a particular candidate, I will be biased towards other candidates. I'm very objective. If they conduct the local government election, they allowed a fair contest. Many supporters of other aspirants who have issues, we already have internal issues of imposition of candidates during the local government election. We already had issue there. So now one should think that at this time, every other candidate, every other aspirant should come together. Since we already made mistakes before, it is time for us to correct those mistakes. As I speak with you now, we already have crisis in that place where we want to correct. Another contest is coming because nobody talked about that one. Because if we are party men, if anything happens, let us manage the crisis inside. We all manage that crisis inside. Again, a major election is coming, and you are imposing a candidate that the state chairman said the right person is already known, sir. You have been in this game for a long time. You have been a journalist for a long time. You are going for a contest where the umpire, part of an umpire of that contest, is telling you that the right candidate, you already predetermined the outcome of that election before the process. The person is not a pastor. You said, why am I ascribing? I didn't ascribe it to anybody. I did not ascribe it to anybody. My major concern in this game is that you shouldn't use a language like that, and that you already know the right candidate before a process is an oppression or total death to the democratic process that we have been pursuing in the state. That is my concern.
Okay, now let's talk about the conduct of the primaries itself. We are aware that the National Working Committee will be taking charge of these primaries. Isn't that something that should be some sort of consolation, and then we play down on some of these issues that are brewing, because giving it attention tends to amplify. Don't you think so, Dr. Alasa?
I wouldn't love to give so scenarios any form of attention. I don't really want it. But the problem we are having now, the reason why we came up with these issues again was when the state House of Assembly election, the form to be sold to and the entire member was withheld, ab initio, was withheld by the party. Also wanted to sell just 24 forms to 24 members, just the way they did the local government. Part of those problems, what we experienced in the local government, they wanted to bring it to the state. I said, this is not fair. The people that you are marginalizing, they have followers. If these followers rebel against the party, automatically you are depleting the votes that will get to the party. We want the party to succeed. We do not want elements like Jared Tenebe to be an hindrance, or the governor of the state to be an hindrance. The process that brought in the governor we have is a fair process. So we shouldn't, even if the process that brought the governor is thinking that it's not a fair process, I want you to think that at this time of our democratic process, the man in the helm of affair should correct some anomaly. We are not having war. Let's do the things. I'm not supporting everybody that are campaigning. They are brothers. We are all one. They belong to the same political party. But the process should be fair. We are humans. People have traveled around the world. You have gone through every other places. There are some certain things we shouldn't be allowing in our state. Look at this same process that pushed E.J. Agbomayima to NDC. These are processes that we have not entered into the elections. We're already losing members, and we want to accumulate votes. Don't you think E.J. Agbomayima has votes? Look at other members. Look at the Edo North today. There are crises in that place. And even if you as a party, you have your own candidate internally, you should be expected to use wisdom to project your candidate, not publicly. Look at the other case the other day. The state APC youth leader, Tony Kabaka, was endorsing an aspirant as an elected member. What do you say about that? When he already has his own candidate before a process, and these are the people who are supposed to bring other candidates together when the election is over. Sir, we have people who don't even know what they are doing at the aim of affair in our APC leadership there. And we want the governor to tame Emperor Jared Tenebe, because if Emperor Jared Tenebe is not tamed, he's going to bring another problem.
It looks like you have a personal issue with the APC chairman.
That is insult. They should coordinate the party. We need peace in the party. Tomorrow they can decide to leave those two people, just the way Obaseki and Asemo Jesua left the party and became stranded in our state. And we reorganized the party. People came in, another set of idiots want to deplete that party for us. It's an aberration. If you're not seeing what we are seeing, we're in pain in the state.
Okay,
we need peace in our state.
Let me pause you there. I'll come back to you as much as time will permit us. Hiswa, talk to me about this seeming implosion in the party, which borders on imposition of candidates. I'd like to get your reaction on that. I mean, is this not being something that you can say is self-inflicted, even from the leadership structure of the state? And then what difference do you think that the National Working Committee that has been mandated by Mr. President to conduct these primaries can do differently to sort of douse these tensions?
I go further, or before I address the issue, let me clarify something. When you talk about people that have been decamping because of one thing or the other, when I listen to Alassa Brahma, you see, when you mention the name of some serial defectors, these are people, same people that they just want a little crisis in the party. And with that, in fact, without missing words, within a twinkle, they have already run from that party. It is part of their political behavior. In their political behavior, whatever they see, they cannot endure a party system. They are running from one party to another. We know that. And when you mention their names, you have spoiled everything entirely. Now, let me clarify something. In a political process, as regards electionary process, electionary engineering, there are sales of forms, which is the nomination forms and the expression of interest forms, which the party has made open to aspirants. There are many aspirants for House of Assembly, House of Representatives, Senate, governorship seat, and presidential seat. They have purchased their forms, which we are aware of because we are part of the system, and we have many of them that we are championing. Now, after that process, you see there will be a screening process, which is ongoing, I believe so. Then the primaries begin on the 15th of May, 2026. This is a process that we should not preempt what comes after the primaries. Let us see how we can put our best to ensure the party produces the best to contest for the elections. I want to advise also the party that there should be an internal democracy in the system whereby people should not feel rejected. They should not feel being sidelined, or they should not feel being taken out of place. Rather, there should be an inclusive process whereby everybody is involved in the system. When everybody is involved, even if there is maybe somebody feel being cheated in one way or the other, the person can easily come in and support the person that is elected candidate of the party. Well, it's a direct primary, which involves, we want to appreciate the lawmakers for making it possible for us to have direct primaries or consensus. Initially, in the electoral laws of 2023, as the case may be, 2022, as the case may be, we have direct or indirect primaries. We have a consensus, but now we have direct primary, which involves the people. It is like conducting an election, a general election, where the party members are fully involved. Now it's left for you as an aspirant, for you to go to your ward, to go to your unit, to go to your constituency, in order to talk to your people, warn them for them to vote for you in the primaries. Because we all as party members will present our membership cards and vote in the primaries. So I want to say something that in this process, I don't think it would cause rancor like the previous one, except some person may not be satisfied with the system, which is why we have the appeal, the party appeal process, whereby you go through that process and we reconcile everybody that is involved in the process. Let me tell you something again. We have consensus. When a consensus candidate is presented, you don't need to be angry because the person was accepted by the working committee, the state working committee. And you could recall that the aspirants have been directed to their governors. They've been directed to their governors, and they're still working committee to work together. So whatever comes out, either you lose 2 direct primaries or there's a consensus candidate. So people do not need to feel bitter about it, because it is part of the electoral laws. It is in accordance with the law. So whatever that is accordance with the law, it is accepted by the constitution of the country, which is Nigeria. So I want to advise my brother, Dr. Alasa. I think your bitterness, like what the Dr. just said, maybe, or you have a personal grudge with the state chairman. I will advise, if you have a personal grudge with the state chairman, you can address it with the state chairman. You have the right to visit the chairman's office when you are in Nigeria, or you can put a call through to him to discuss with him personally and address whatever grievances that both of you might have had or are having, as the case may be, in order for the party to succeed. What we need now is for the party to succeed, because as it is now, we have a lot of work to do in the party. I don't want to mention names of people you talked about recently. When you pinpoint these people, you get to understand that most of them are serial decampees. They are serial defectors. And these are people that they try to, if any slight of crisis within the party system, they leave the party. We have been in the political system since many years ago, 20-something years ago, we have been in the political process, as it will be, with regard to the...
just a moment. What do you make of the concerns expressed by Dr. Brahma? He talked about the local government election, and he claimed that forms were hoarded and made available only to those who have become anointed. And in a sense, he also talked about the State House of Assembly, that a similar scenario is playing out. And this seems to be going upward to the National Assembly primaries as well. What do you make of that as a major concern when you look at it, that this is anti-democracy, as it were? What do you make of it?
I made mention of the electoral laws, which we talked about consensus candidates. You see, in the local government primaries, many were consensus candidates, and it is not out of place as regards the constitution, the electoral laws. Any law that is inconsistent with the law of the land is found to be null and void. And the electoral law is established by act of parliament. So whatever that is attainable in the electoral laws, those things can be accepted by the generality of the people. The electoral law stated that will be consensus, direct primaries or consensus. So the party has the right to go through consensus and say, these are the people that the national, the state working committee, as the case may be. You understand my point?
For primaries, is the same thing as consensus. Is that what you're saying? Elmosele, can you hear me? Can you hear me? We have a bit of a network glitch there. I hope Dr. Elmosele can get back to us and respond to my last question. If forms are being hoarded, is that the same thing as consensus, Elmosele? That's the question. Okay, let's hope you can reconnect. But let me get back to Dr. Alasa Brahma, who is joining us virtually to drive this conversation. What, in your opinion, will help to checkmate this issue? I raised the issue that the National Working Committee has been saddled with the responsibility of conducting these primaries. Isn't that something that should give you some sort of a fillip, that whatever statement has been made is just a mere statement? It really will not be a factor in determining who becomes what after the primaries.
Thank you for having me. It is a which that that statement should not play. it is our wish that the National Working Committee is responsible for conducting the primary. It's another good one. But what made most of us to come out strong like this? When we see you as a leader, what most people don't understand, when we see you as a leader, there are some certain things that we expect from you. But when you are falling short of those responsibilities or those things that we are expecting from you, it is also we that are the follower responsibility to say, sir, something like this is happening, something like this is happening, because we already have histories of, we already had a backlash of history where things like that has demeaned the strength that the party has. For example, I want to point this out. You see, when the one aspirant went to the house of Ogbede, to Odubu, the house of Odubu, when he got to the house of Odubu, you see what Odubu did. Odubu was very fair. He addressed the first one when the article of Zageze Yamu went there. During that process, he talked normal. He encouraged everybody to go to the poll. As a leader of a party, you see the way the man addressed the situation. Even if that man, at the end of the day, may have sentiment towards the candidate, don't make other aspirants feel inferior. So when the other man went there, this Ogbede Yama went there, you see the way he spoke. That is this is a PPC shifting, addressing aspirants. So it is fair for him to say, okay, this person, okay, this is how to talk to this person, discuss with this person fairly, so that this person doesn't feel inferior. If the National Working Committee is the one conducting the primary, we will be so glad. We'll be so glad. You know why? Even if they have any other thing they want to do behind, let us go to the primary fairly. That is what we want. We are not against. In case he was talking about what was it saying? He said about these are the consensus. This is you are just telling us what we already understand about the electoral process. But in a clear sense, we do not want, if that electoral process was followed, you are saying that the 18 local government had a consensus. How can 18 local government have a consensus? Was forms sold to other aspirants? That's the question you should answer. Because I want to give you 20, I can give you 10 aspirants who forms were not sold to, that I know personally. Not that we are pushing them. They want to buy forms. Some people flown down from the abroad to come and buy form in Nigeria. On getting to that place, they denied them access to getting the form that the government already bought the 18 form for the 18 local government chairmen. And this is not a statement of allegation. You that is with me here, point one aspirant that got the form, but at the end of the day, they don't have the consensus. Or tell me which of the aspirants was called after the local government election. Oh, you people should calm down. We let us do it like this. No, none of them was consulted. They discarded every other aspirant like a piece of tissue. And you expect those people to gladly support the ambitions and vision of the party in further election. Remember, during primaries, during the process of selling form, that is where the party accumulates money to do any other logistic, do anything they want to do. Why not allow the process to come? Let them buy form, allow them to go to the field. That process will make every loser during that process happy. Why? Because they were given a fair ground to play. So the winner takes the lead and everybody comes together and ensure they project the winner. That is how a process should be.
Brima, are you in any way claiming that the governor is part of this imposition of candidates in the party? Is that what you're saying?
100%. I'm not. You see, the people who are scared of telling people these societies are those people who rely on political peanuts to get things. Some politicians' peanuts to get things. I'm not one of those people who are depending on politicians to survive. I've been in this game for a long time. I've never taken a dime from a politician to do whatever I'm doing. And whatever we are doing, we do it solely on our own. Although APCB diaspora is a strong force that most of these people don't understand. Let us go for example. The governor even told those people, the appointees in Edo South. You know why I'm so concerned about the Edo South issue? If you enter an agreement to give the legacy group of PDP, for example, now APC, those legacy group that came from PDP to APC, there was an agreement the governor had with those legacy groups, which are in speculation, is everywhere, that they will take 30% possession of anything that the governor is having in the state. 30% possession, including the senatorial seats. They will take 30% of a commissioner, 30% of the appointment, 30% of councillor, 30% of local government election. They had those agreements, which are in circulation. Now, the governor, in his own wisdom, you want to give such a slot to a particular region. Now you must choose Edo South. The governor is from Edo Central. Now, if you have need to compensate a particular agreement that you entered, you are already a governor from Edo Central. Once you think that you should allow, if that agreement you enter with Legacy Group, you should compensate them from that your side. Since you already have a very power block called the governor in that place, you refuse to do that. Edo North has Oshomole, who was a former governor, already has a strong political base in that zone. You did not go to that place and also look for somebody to compensate the Legacy Group there. You came to Edo South. Edo South that has been struggling. Anybody that governs Edo South, before you know what's happening, the person has exited the state. Anyone that governs Edo South, before you know what's happening, has exited the state. They don't have a strong political. They're trying to synergize. They're trying to build themselves back. You went to that region. You are saying that you already entered an agreement to give a Legacy Group this, give them that. At the end of the day, you are using the Edo South, and you're not even allowing a fair contest. What is happening in Edo South? Why we came out? This was more like an imposition of candidates. We already sensed it. And when the APC chairman started making those statements, it became a sort of concern to us. And as a matter of fact, do you know that in the Edo South today, as I speak with you, the governor mandated those people he gave an appointment to from that region that they should go and deliver a particular candidate. He called particularly this guy from Ovia. He called this guy from Ovia who was contesting with Omosede. He told him that they should go and deliver a named candidate. Not did that. And this is not an allegation. My brother was standing and sitting close to this man when that statement was made. It's an insult to the sensibility of every sane Nigerian at this time of our democratic process. One should expect the governor to be sincere about the process that's already causing a rancor in the state. And you are coming to tell me that you are preaching direct primary, this is the process. Who doesn't know the process?
Okay. Dr. Brahma, let me pursue. Now I can see Eromosela Hiswa. Eromosela, I was asking you a question before the network took you out. If you have a scenario painted by Dr. Brahma earlier that forms were bought and handed over to the council, the chairmanship candidate, as it were. And they also mentioned that forms were also being bought for the House of Assembly candidates. And I'm asking, this scenario that he painted, does this amount to consensus? Because you've emphasized that, which is, I mean, expressly, made available to everyone who cares to read in the Electoral Act. Either you have direct primaries or indirect primaries. So if you have forms now being purchased and then given to people, as it were, I mean, what brand of primary is that? Is it that tantamount to imposition of candidate, which is anti-democracy?
Well, we have consensus act. You see, when Brahma Alassa was talking, I was smiling. Do you know why? You see, the diasporas, most of them believe in the social media politics, because we have always been at the grassroots level. We have always been at the field. When talking about the present purchase of nomination forms and the expression of interest forms, and he said that the many persons were not given the form, I will tell you that that is far from the truth. We have aspirants. Go and check East and Southeast. There are no aspirants, there are almost 9 for the Edo State House of Assembly contest that have bought the form. Aside the present incumbent House of Assembly member in Edo, in East and Southeast, they have purchased the form and they have displayed their forms on social media. Many of us were part of the system and we monitored everything and we looked at everything. When you talk about other House of Representatives seats, there are people that have purchased the form. They are there in different respective federal constituencies. They have purchased their forms of the All Progressive Congress. Like I said initially, the bitterness of Alassa Brahma is channeling to the state party chairman, Emperor Jerry Tenebe. I have advised him, if you have any bitterness, do not come and push it to the party. Personal issues are addressed personally. Then when we talk about party issues, can be addressed at the party level. So when you talk about the local government, see, I asked him to provide an evidence because the local government will have consensus. Like, it is not out of place because the electoral laws accept it. Now, let me tell you something. If he wants to have a fight, he should go to the electoral laws and have a fight. Transmit the letter to the National Assembly and tell them that we want that consensus to be taken out. They will know that you are presenting the issue. But when you bring it at a personal level and you start expressing your grievances against a party structure, in order for you to maybe bring out your interest to the NDC or ADC, you are getting it wrong. If you feel that you are not composed with the political party, you have the constitutional right to leave the party, or if you want to come to the constitutional right to present your in a well-professional manner and in a organized manner, then the party will look into it and see how to balance it. Like I've always said, we respect our brothers and our sisters in diaspora, but there's unity in diaspora. I want to show that many believe in the social people say content for issue, propaganda, and falsehood to them, and they act upon this falsehood. That is how it is. Unlike we that are always in the grassroots, moving around, going to the field, ensuring that things are done appropriately. They should ask us questions.
Let me pause you. We'll just take a short break. We'll take a short break and then we'll be back to conclude this conversation. Stay TMI on the ITV Next. Please stay. Many thanks again for joining us on the program TMI on the ITV network as we look at the race for 2027, particularly for the Edo South senatorial contest that is generating a whole lot of issues bordering on statements credited to some leadership elements within the APC. We've got Dr. Alasa Brima, who is joining us virtually, is the Director General of the APC Diaspora Media Group. Thank you again, Dr. Alasa. And of course, we've got Mosele Hiswa, a political scientist, also joining us virtually from Benin. Gentlemen, once again, thank you. As we conclude this conversation, what do you think needs to be done to ensure there's cohesion in the party? Some of these discordant tunes are reduced to the barest minimum. Let me begin with you, Hiswa.
In all spectrum, when there is this, it is left for us to come at the round table for us to discuss and agree. I want to tell you vividly that the APC is the strongest political party in Africa as it stands now. When you talk about political party strength, you look at the various senatorial districts, you look at the various federal constituencies and the state constituencies and the local governments, including the world level, then you can see that the APC is stronger in all these levels. Based on the fact that the state chairman has been working in good relationship with the governor of the state. When you have rank up between the state chairman and the governor of the party, there is bound to be a strong issue in the party or the state working committee against the governor. But as it stands now, the state working committee are supporting the effort of the governor, His Excellency Senator Mono Peolo, who has been doing well in Edo State, the working governor. When you check what he's doing, you know that certainly the state working committee needs to support him.
Thank you. Thank you. We're pressed for time. Thank you. Hope we'll call on you next time you oblige us. But let me quickly get a final word from Dr. Alasa Brima. What's your final take on this?
I want to quote from the word of Pastor Martin Umela. In his word says, first of all, they came for socialists. He said, I did not say anything because I was not a socialist. He said, secondly, they came for a communist. He said, I did not say anything because I wasn't a communist. Thirdly, they went for the trade union. I did not say anything because I wasn't a trade union. He said, and again, they went for the Jews. I did not say anything because I was not a Jew. He said, now they came for me. There was nobody to stand for me again. In my words, be careful when you are making the rules, because someday it will be used against you.
Okay.
And any evil you support today, one day, used against you.
All right.
That's all I have to say.
Thank you very
Whenever
much.
you are supporting
That was very philosophical, Dr. Alas Abraham. Thank you for your time. I hope to have you here some other time to engage some of these issues. And of course, he's Romosari. Thank you as well. You see TMI on the ITV network. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay. Now, let's talk about the environment. You know, I'm very passionate about environmental issues, and that's because it's been my major. And we've got the Honorable Commissioner for Environment with us in the studio, veteran grassroots politician, Nosa Adams Esquire. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you very much, Sonny.
I really would have loved to have enough time to talk with you today, but we're pressed for time because we'll be linking up with the Abuja Network studio in just a moment. But let's talk about how many flooding areas have you been able to map out in Benin City and across the state, and what is being done to checkmate this? I want to have that overview before we quickly talk about some specifics.
Well, the flooding problem in Benin Metropolis as it stands today is basically more acute. I want to use the word because it's on and off.
Okay.
More acute in about 6 areas, seriously. The Ugbowo New Lagos Road by S&T is perennial, no doubt. We have the one along Ihama by military base and by the legislative quarters. Then there's another one again along Boundary Road before Adesuwa Junction. There is the one along the Sapele Road which is being addressed by the ongoing expansion on the Sapele Benin Express way.
Okay.
Then you have the very serious one at the one that is so close to you here at Igbo's Housing Estate. There's another one at Inimiri, which they call St. Saviour, which is also very serious. About and pocket of flooding here and there. There's the other one in Use Quarters. So put together, we have serious ones in about 12 communities.
Okay.
And the one that would have added was or is being addressed by the water storm project that was initiated by Governor Senator Adams Oshomole-led government.
Okay.
If the government that came after it had continued, we would have been having a very reduced flooding in Benin City. But so far, there is a serious, comprehensive map that is being produced now by experts, because we've been able to, the ministry has engaged consultants both within and outside the state to help us just look at a holistic arrangement on how to completely address the flooding in Benin Metropolis. Then going to Edo North, we have this problem of gully erosion in Auchi,
okay,
which is very, very serious too, and little of it in Ekpoma, which is also being addressed seriously, and also some little areas in Eastern Northeast and Southeast. But generally, the Benin Metropolis is between 12 13.
Flashpoints.
Flashpoints.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we've seen some remedial work to tackle this problem. For example, we've seen some desilting of drains, and then let's talk about the one at Isio by S&T. We saw some, remedial works being done there, but the flood is back. Now, I'm sure part of the reason why you delayed a little bit getting to the studio is that particular spot. So, what is the ministry doing to address that problem?
If you look at it, it's not as serious as it used to be now. It rained last night.
Yeah, I passed there this morning.
It's not as serious. We are still working. If you go, we just finished the work. We just finished using the swan burger to deseat the pond.
Okay.
Along the express. There is 2 other ponds inside the S&T barracks, which we have not done yet. The contractor is working on that. Once we are through with deseating the 3 pond, then we will not through the underground drainage.
Okay.
By the time the underground drainage is through, you will not see water there again. We have not thrown it yet because we want to finish the deseating which is more serious. We have to deseed the 3 pond comprehensively and get to the original depth of the pond before we now open the
pipes for the water to flow through.
For the water to flow.
Okay. So now, quickly, there are some areas you've mentioned. These it looks like there is no solution to those flooding problems. Like you mentioned, the boundary road by Adeswa Junction and several other places. What is the challenge? Why does it look like this, problem is a recurring decimal?
No. Look at it, Sonny. Let's look at it this way. When it was constructed, the receptacle had 40 cells, that is holes, that water ought to have gone back to the earth.
Okay.
But over years, the cells were blocked, and subsequent government did not open up the cells.
Okay.
So what we are doing now is to deseed the receptacles, then open up the cells. That's what we are doing. That's why if you go to Boundary Road now, you will see contractors, they are working there already. We are going to open up 40 cells, and those cells were supposed to take the water back to aquifer level. But because it has seated over the years, those receptacles were constructed close to 30 to something years ago. And after the construction, there was no maintenance. So it's the maintenance that we are doing now. So we are opening up the cells now. By the time the cells, if you watch, you remember that when it was done, the first 5-6 years, there was no flooding along that road. But after 6-7 years, the thing came back because there was no maintenance. So His Excellency Senator Monday Okpebholo has directed that henceforth maintenance must be annually. So, but before we start to do annual maintenance, we want to first of all open the cells, maintain the receptacles, then we will now make arrangement on how we'll be doing the seating of the cells annually. So after that, you will not see water along these corridors again.
Okay, there's some concerns that some of these environmental challenges are there, or they recur because of appropriate funding to drive them. Is that correct?
No. The governor is very conscious of what happens to our environment, because the facilities the governor is putting in place for the people of Edo State, you can only enjoy it if you have a clean, healthy environment. If we lock up this place, now this studio now, and you don't have free, clean air to breathe, we cannot stay. So what the governor is saying is, yes, we'll give facilities, we'll give infrastructures, we'll do a urban renewal project, but the environment must be clean, the environment must be healthy, and the environment must be conducive. So what he's doing is he has voted enough money. This very government has voted enough money for environmental pollution management and environmental waste management, both for liquid waste management, solid waste management, and air management. So as of today, I must tell you, His Excellency has made enough fund available to handle the problems of environment.
So if you say the governor has made enough funds available, let's talk specifics. What exactly are we looking at? What exactly are we talking about? What is the budgetary allocation for environmental protection, conservation?
I cannot give you.
Is it 2 billion? Is it 3 billion? Because you said it's enough.
When I say enough for now,
yes.
No.
So there's no specific. No specific amount.
I can't give you specific figures now because we can even exceed what we have that the budget for the ministry. We can even exceed it. But what I know is we submitted the budget which the governor didn't tamper with, and we are working with.
So how much did you submit? What was the amount submitted by your ministry?
I cannot give you specific figures.
So you are saying you can't remember exactly how much?
I cannot give you specific figures now because we are not only working in isolation. We are working with EIB,
okay,
European Investment Bank. We are working with Ecological Fund Office at the presidency. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Yeah. We are working with the Federal Ministry of Environment. We are working with so many multinational establishments.
Okay.
And the governor is following every fund made for the purpose of environmental and ecological challenges. The governor is freely and meticulously following the use.
Okay.
So we don't have. That's why we cannot give you specific figure.
Yeah.
That is the
So we're not talking about.
But what we need is that. Yeah. At least for now, the governor is doing everything possible to have a cleaner.
No, the question I'm asking, Honorable Commissioner, is this:
no,
your ministry,
yes,
made a budget proposal on what the ministry will expend on all of these issues.
No, you know, I cannot give you a specific.
Just a moment. Let me establish this point.
Yes.
Your ministry made a budget proposal on what they want to expend in some of these projects: flooding, erosion control, conservation, gully erosion, and water view. Apart from these other agency support, maybe international donor agencies supporting the ministry, we're talking about what did you present as a budget from the ministry? You are saying that you cannot give a specific figure.
No, we cannot, because
was it that you didn't have a specific figure for that budget presentation?
Let me tell you something you are not getting. We have agencies that is under the ministry.
Okay.
And each of the agencies has its own budget. We have park and guiding.
Okay.
It has to do with the environment. They are working.
Okay.
If you go around, see that they are planting trees everywhere. They are working. It was budgeted for, and the governor has followed it up meticulously. We have the Forestry Commission under the ministry. They are working. They are doing reforestation and preventing deforestation. They are working. We have signage. They are working. We have Waste Management Board under the ministry. They are working. These MDAs were all properly budgeted for.
And these are within the ministry?
Yes, and they are all working.
Okay.
Ours is to just follow everything meticulously and be sure that whatever the governor has released for the environment is used for the environment.
Okay. All right. Before we let you go, because we need to link up with our Abuja Network studio quickly. There was a court ruling. You are a lawyer. Perhaps you have a better understanding of that, where the monthly sanitation was ruled against. What is the position of that? Is it still compulsory for us to have monthly sanitation?
Well, you will agree with me that the court ruling was a court of first instance. So we still have 3 steps to go before we can take final decision on that.
Okay.
As a law-abiding government, His Excellency has directed that we should proceed and appeal against the judgment. But meanwhile, we will obey the law as it were.
So for now.
But listen.
Yes.
We went ahead and the judgment has been appealed, and we have filed for stay of execution.
Okay.
So we are waiting, and you will know that once you proceed to appeal and you have taken unnecessary steps to get the stay, you cannot, the law allow you to continue until the final determination of the matter at the appellate level. So we have appealed against it, and we have taken unnecessary steps. So we are not going to allow any meddlesome interloper to stop us from having a cleaner and a greener Edo State.
So for now, is the monthly environmental sanitation still in force?
Very much in force. Very, very much in force. And when you have a judgment from court of first instance and you proceed to appeal against the judgment,
yes,
it is status quo will remain until the final determination at the appellate level.
All right. So, my Honorable Commissioner, Barrister Santa, thank you so much for coming on the program. Now, it's still TMI on the ITV network. We'll link you with our Abuja Network studio. Joseph is on standby. Joseph, it's over to you.
Asking them to leave. Does it make sense? Does it show a race that wants to, grow? So that's why I say it's very barbaric and condemnable. And I have expected AU and even blog governments like ECOWAS, even our own government.
No. For Nigeria, I think Nigeria is currently having a discussion.
We have for the past 10 diplomatic discussions. That's where they are, stripping people naked, beating them, killing them, and it continues. You see, one of the things that makes country is great is your reaction to protection of life of your citizens. How you react to whatever that happened to a citizen of your country. If you are having diplomatic engagements with regards to escalating situation in South Africa, and you are still releasing information about the #1 trip to Rwanda, France, or Kenya, what small indication are you giving? In fact, it's we, the civil society, that are even trying to salvage what is left of us, giving direct instruction. One of the organizations gave 72 hours, I think that was as at Friday evening, to South Africa embassy to leave Nigeria. If their government cannot sit up, we have not seen people that have been arrested, that we are watching them battering, assaulting people. If those people they are, killing, begin to indulge in self-help, what do you think will happen?
Yeah, no, they shouldn't do that because, it's a game of number. You cannot overpower your host country. But again, we are really worried, especially started in 2008. Many died.
They looted properties.
2019 and
it continues.
That. Yeah, so, but, comrade, what do you think the South African government can do to quell this?
I think what is happening with regards to xenophobic attack is a failure of government. They have bridged the gap with regards to inequality, with regards to employment, with regards to good health facility, education, and what have you. You understand? It appears like just like what we are facing in our own country here. The gap between the rich keep getting wider and wider by the day.
But you cannot blame foreigners.
We have never blamed, because it appears like we are more endowed with knowledge and understanding of our what will not be happening. So it appears like when we talk about UN, it begins to make us look as if we are having a very low self-esteem or what have you, that look at a third country or developing countries, they can come and do interventions, but the mighty countries, you cannot do intervention. We even caution them with regards to human rights observation and protocols. So we shouldn't be talking about UN in our own internal crisis. I think what we can even leverage on may be AU, because that is one that concerns us, that you cannot say that if they are coming to do intervention, they will have a external mindset.
Yeah, but
you understand?
But the AU is also so lame.
Of course, that's what I'm telling you. That is why.
That's the reason for the bigger body, the UN.
Let's leave UN out of this at all. We shouldn't even be discussing or bringing UN with regard to xenophobic attack, and that is why an eye for an eye at a point will blind both eyes. If South African government is not careful, the way they are handling this issue,
let's not look at.
We are providing solutions, trying to
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father.
I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Idions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Ọdún ni màá Okada zima Esama zima dion Ebuna zima dion Ọbala zima dion Malawe màá rí ọrẹ Sama dion náà ni màá tó pọ́n mi Sama ni màá tó gbé kẹ́ni Sama màá di òwò ẹ̀rẹ́ náà Esama màá gbé kẹ́ni ẹ̀ ọ̀sàbọ̀ ọ̀bùyọ̀bí tó ọ̀nà ìyàbá nọ́ọ̀gì ẹ̀tọ́ ni màá gà nọ́ọ̀dí àmì màá gà rẹ̀ màá ní tó gbé kẹ́ni ẹ̀dẹ̀lẹ́ náà ìmà yáfẹ́ ìmà àtọ̀ o ìmà àgbọ̀n o ọ̀dọ̀pá ìwúwo dòrì ìmà àti àwọ̀ rẹ̀ náà ọ̀rẹ́ tí àgbọ̀n yá náà wẹ́mi màá gà rẹ̀ òní Jésù Kristi náà mi wà fà.
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Odion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Odion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawori Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osayene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual, This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Youth Perspective on Independent Television. I am Joy Obaisiagbon, your host on this special program. You know how we do it here. We look at societal matters from the youth perspective. And today we are talking spiritual. Quality. You know, Easter celebration just passed. This is the month of sober reflection. We need to check our character. We need to, connect back to the faith if we have actually, step back a bit. And like I said, our topic today is on spirituality. Actually, spirituality, navigating spirituality amidst life challenges. And today I will be doing this conversation with my guest, Pastor Great Okonewa. He has been here before. Thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you for having me, and welcome my viewers.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter in arrears. Thank you very much. So moving on, Pastor Great.
Yeah.
How do you think faith influences one's decision, especially in relationship, workplace, and all of that?
Yeah, faith. By the word faith, you mean your belief system.
Yes.
Right. So, one's belief system actually shapes your mindset, shapes your character, and by character I mean the way you relate with your fellow human being. Your faith is both vertical and horizontal. Okay, so if what you believe in, that's the vertical part, and the horizontal is how that belief influences the way you relate with your neighbor, with your fellow human being. Okay, so if you believe in Christ, for example, you follow his teachings, and his teachings, his lifestyle shapes the way you relate with people. Like Jesus said, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. That's the golden rule. That's the rule that has actually been accepted across religious lines. All religions, I think. I'm not sure there's any religion, I'm not aware of any religion that will say they don't want people to treat them right. And then Christ says, do unto others as you have them do unto you. That's why I always believe that Christ is not a religious person. You know, he didn't come to establish a religion. Jesus is not a Christian. That's it. And he's not a Muslim either. He's not a religious person. Religion is a creation of man. Religion is more of politics. You know, yeah, it's a creation of man, you know, a set of rules to guide people and so make them think in certain direction. Okay, the Greek word for religion is religare. Religare means to bind back, to tie something. And really, religion has actually tied the minds of many people. When you see people behave in a certain way, you begin to wonder whether they even think at all. Okay, so, but I want to take faith beyond religion. You know, because whether you are religious or not religious, you have faith in something. You certainly have faith in something. Man was created to have faith in a higher being. Whatever that higher being is to you is your faith. So whatever that higher being tells you to do, or the leadership or the teachings of that deity or the higher being shapes your behavior and shapes the way you relate with other people, certainly.
Okay, moving forward, I wouldn't want to stress when you talked about religion that Jesus was not a Christian, and you also said that rules and regulation, you know, put together by men. But do you not think that if there are no rules and regulation, people will not actually, you know, practice their faith in Christ very, very perfectly? We know nobody is perfect, actually, like at least to an extent.
Yeah, rules are good. Rules are not bad if the rules are created honestly, not with hidden agenda. It was the philosopher Marcus Cicero that said that anyone can be a good leader if greed and self doesn't get in the way. All right. So if those rules are honestly made for humans to be able to relate with their maker, relate with their creator, they are very fine and good. And it helps you too to relate with your fellow human beings. So we need rules, certainly. We need rules. But the rules shouldn't limit the reasoning of man. God gave us this mind to think. So if you have rules, the rules shouldn't limit your reasoning. You should be able to think out of the box. People should be allowed to think freely within the parameters, of course, of certain standards. You don't have to be absolute in your thinking. Doesn't mean that you can just take cutlass and kill somebody and say, boy, I thought I'm free to think anything. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There are standards. I mean, there are some irreducible minimum, okay, that you can go. But I think that the rules are not bad in themselves. But people can manipulate the rules to subjugate other people and limit their thinking. For example, somebody comes to you and tell you that buy my sticker that has my picture. All right, place it on your car, your house, your store. Nothing happens to you if you place it there. No armed robber comes to your house. No, nothing will happen to you. You are safe. But I that has the picture on that sticker, I go about with about 5-10 policemen or security guards with guns protecting me. So if my picture can protect you, why do I need security guards to protect me? So if you tell me that, I'm going to think. I can't be deceived to that extent. I'm going to think. I said, no, I don't believe what you're saying. I believe in Christ, but this one you're saying, I'm not sure Christ will say this.
Okay,
people,
people have the liberty to think outside the box.
Yeah.
Do you think that contradicts the Bible?
No, it doesn't. God gave us the mind to think.
Because the Bible is the set rules and regulation for Christians. It actually helps us to shape our love for Christ, our faith in God, and all of that. So if we are given that liberty, like you said, to think outside of the box, so it means there are a lot of things in the Bible that should be,
You know, when you say the Bible is a set of rules.
No, what I would like you to know, there are set down rules and regulations, especially the book of Proverbs, right? Gives us a lot of, and also there's always there's also a commandment that says thou shalt. So that's like a rule.
Yeah, those are rules, okay. But I will also tell you that before those rules were made, like the Ten Commandments, for example, before God gave Moses the Ten Commandments, those commandments were already written in the conscience of man. Yeah, look at it very well. Those 10 commandments, I'm not sure there's anyone there that was not already in the conscience of man.
So it just needed to be established.
Yeah, it needed to be established because even man was not able to follow the rules, even the dictate of his conscience. That's why Christ came, to give us the power to be able to follow. Because thou shalt not kill. Do I really need somebody to tell me that killing is bad?
Yeah.
I don't need rules to tell me that to kill another person is bad. The conscience is there. Even before the Bible came, our forefathers, there's no society that celebrates one killing another. There's no society that celebrates a man sleeping with another man's wife. You understand? They are all there. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Even your conscience will tell you that. You understand? So these rules are not really, they are rules made, they were more like codified, but they were already in us. And that's why God said, a time will come when they will not need these written laws, that my laws will be written in their heart. And that time is where we are right now. So I think we should take the issue of faith, the issue of our relationship with God beyond the letters, beyond religion. Because religion really emphasizes on rules, but walking with Christ emphasizes more on love, on freedom to think. That's why Jesus said, when they came to Jesus and said, what is the greatest commandment? What did he say? He said, he reduced it to one word. And that word is love. What is the greatest commandment? He said, first, love the Lord your God with all your heart, your strength, and your mind. And the second one that follows is love your neighbor as yourself. And if you bring it closer further, it's love. Okay, so there are not too many rules really, because if you love God, you are not going to worship another God. If you love God, you're not going to take his name for granted. That covers the first 4 commandments. And the remaining 6 is about the horizontal relationship with your neighbor. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to, take his wife. You're not going to, things like that. So it's very, very simple. But religion makes it look difficult to serve God.
Talking about love and priority. Yeah. Nowadays, a lot of us are in the corporate space.
Yeah.
And we just try as much as we can to be very careful when it comes to, practicing religion, let me not use the word religion, practicing our faith and loving God, spirituality and all of that, and having to, tolerate, because there's, whether you like it or not, there's always someone on a standby to piss you off, right? So as a youth, as a young adult, working, doing life, your business and all of that, even having to enter public transport and all of that, even though you are mobile, someone is always on his standby to offend you. So, life challenges and struggles and all of that. How do you navigate spirituality, talking about priority? How do you prioritize your faith and your spirituality?
Okay, it's a very, very good question. First of all, I would like to bring our mind to what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane. Easter just passed. So we can look at what happened, what Jesus did, what happened, what transpired at the Garden of Gethsemane. Now, Jesus was about to be crucified. And before he got to the Garden of Gethsemane, we never knew that he had some element of self in him. Okay? When we say Jesus, Jesus, but he was man and God at the same time. He was so perfect, but we didn't know that there was that element of self. Because you really don't know who you are until your hour of death. Yeah, somebody said that what you become on your hour or the moment of death is the person you should have been. God is why.
Oh.
Yeah, because that's the moment of truth. That's the moment of reality. You
can't, becomes humble.
Yeah, you can't really pretend at that moment. Your reality comes out. So at that moment, Jesus was facing death. Not just death, but suffering and humiliation and all of that. And he said, self came in, the element of self, like me going through all of these things. Like, I mean, it was excruciating. It was so humiliating. He was naked on the cross. All right? Because even the underwear was being taken by the soldiers.
Imagine a pastor and then your followers see you naked.
It was too much to take.
Yeah.
So he said, Father, is there any way we can go about this? Let's renegotiate the whole thing. Can we not find another way to save humanity? Must I die? Must I do this? But then he quickly realized himself and he said, not my will, but your will be done. At that moment, that was when man won. That was when man defeated the devil. That was when Jesus died. Because from that moment, the Bible says he never opened his mouth anymore. Because this time, when you give yourself away, you are like someone who has died. You no longer care about anything. All right. So now he gave himself away, and God helped him. Angels came, strengthened him, and he prayed more earnestly. And he was able to face the humiliation and all of that happened, the embarrassment, the slap, the insult. Why was he able to face all of that? Because he was no longer putting himself first. It was no longer about him. Now, bringing this to our daily lives, office work, even in leadership, if you have this mind that it's not about me, okay, it's about, carrying out the job I was employed to do. It's about satisfying my employer. It's about, getting the maximum result. No matter other offenses that may come, you don't get distracted by that. Because it's not about you. You don't put yourself away.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's not easy. I must confess. It's not easy. At some point, you might lose it. Because you are a human being. You are in flesh. You have flesh and blood.
Those should be like Jesus on the cross.
Yeah. You have flesh and blood. But then, sometimes, even if you have power or you have the power to do certain things, you can just decide to put it away. Because the greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated on the cross, what that he demonstrated all through his lifetime on earth, it was not about feeding the 5,000 people or healing the sick and all that. The greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated was his refusal to come down from the cross, even when he had the power to do so. He had the power to come down from the cross. He had the power to call the angels and they will fight for him and all of that. So even when he said, whom are you looking for? They said, Jesus. He said, I am the one. They fell on the ground. So he could have, but he chose to remain there because of his love for humanity and his submission to the Father. So if we have that mindset, because every day we are in a process of becoming, we are walking towards perfection. No one is perfect yet. Yeah, sometimes you may lose it at some point, but don't give up on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. You will get better. All right. So if people offend you, as long as you are able to do what you have to do, and satisfy your employer, you go ahead. But at some point, if you have to, because there are some people that are like goats, you need to beat a goat in order for the goat to learn
perform.
Yeah. So if it comes to that point that you know that you need to, this one needs a whip to fall in line, then you can do that. Jesus got angry at some point as well. He got to the synagogue. He made people selling.
Oh, yes.
He turned it to a marketplace, and he got angry. He picked up a whip and he whipped people, flogged them. So sometimes it can happen. But as long as it is not about your personal, the difference between Jesus getting angry and flogging people and the way some of us do it is that Jesus was angry not about himself. His anger was not about self. It was about his father's house.
Of course.
Zeal for his father's house. Why are you turning my father's house to something else?
Yeah, priority.
Priority. So you prioritize. Don't prioritize yourself. Put yourself first. That your name is Joy, right? Yeah. That's that. Somebody tried to use Joy as an acronym. I said Jesus first, others next, and yourself last. Joy. So when you put yourself last, you will always be a very happy person. Because even when they try to make you angry, you don't even get angry because you are like a dead man. A dead man doesn't get angry. The Bible says, except a grain of wheat fall down and die, it abides alone. If it dies, it yields more fruit. So if you consider yourself as dead to self, when we have good leaders in this country, when we have leaders who are dead.
All right, a lot of wisdom from Pastor Great. We're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Youth Perspective on Independent Television. And over here, we've been having a conversation on spirituality. Yes. Yeah, spirituality. Sober reflection. Having to prioritize yourself, your spirituality, and love God. According to my guest here, he said, put people first and put yourself last. Right? Yeah. If I'm getting you very correctly. All right. So moving forward, Pastor Great, this question is a little bit personal. Yeah. So tell us, have you ever felt like giving up on your faith during tough times, and what helped you persevere? Yeah. Giving up, having tough time, yes. I've had tough times, but giving up on my faith, I've never really thought of it. Yes, I've never thought of it. The reason is because, it's not because I'm perfect or anything, but the reason is because when I gave my life to Christ, I chose to serve God. I burned the bridges behind. I didn't leave any option of going back. Or if this one doesn't work, I will try this. I've never, ever thought of it. Okay, but what have helped me is because what Paul said when he said, "What shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, shall famine, or whatever? Nothing in this world, nothing in the world to come, nothing in heaven, nothing on earth can separate me from the love of Christ." So, wow. Paul said something. He said that it's no longer I that liveth, but Christ liveth in me. Okay, in other words, I'm not the one living, but Christ lives in me. When somebody talk about denying God or deny Christ, I always tell them, not me, because Christ cannot deny himself. I believe that the old me died. So the one in me is Christ. So, but for those who might be struggling with that, because I understand that people go through that. At some point you want to give up. At some point you get angry with God. Sometimes too, you get angry with God. Say, God, but I'm serving you. I'm doing everything. Why are things still like that? So if you get to that point, all you need to do is you need to take it easy on yourself. You are going through a process. We are all on the journey of becoming. We remember that the Bible says when you go through the fire, I will be with you in the fire. When you go through the water, it will not overflow you. Just understand that God is not far away from you at that moment. God does not hate you. God does not forget his own. He does not hate you. Even when things are not going well, he's still God. And his love for you has not changed. It has never changed. The Bible says, all things work together for good to them that love the Lord. So just believe that. You don't need to understand it. The reason why many of us give up sometimes is because we are trying to understand God. You don't have to understand God because you can never understand God. Just trust the process. Trust him. You don't have to understand him. Even when there are gallops, just trust him. When we are, flying, on air, and sometimes the plane gallops, we still trust that the pilot is there, so we'll get to where we're going. So, you may panic a little bit, but trust the process. It will take you there. You mentioned something in between that, what you were saying. It's quite difficult sometimes to trust God, right?
Yeah, sometimes in a very difficult time, it is difficult to trust God. It takes a lot of faith.
Yeah, especially for youth, young adults, and then you see yourself, especially in a place like Nigeria, right? You're earning a minimum wage. Now tell me, what is a minimum wage even going to do for a person nowadays? You get so how it's just a lot.
I think one of the what I would just say to that is that you bring yourself to a point where you don't seek validation from things. You don't seek your works from your possession. Even Jesus said it. He said, a man's life does not consist in the abundance of things he possesses. All right. So do not look at yourself, do not rate yourself based on your pockets or your bank account. Whether you have it in abundance or you don't have it at all, you are worth more than that. So when you understand it from this point of view, you will not be too hard on yourself. Because I've even heard of people, believers, who commit suicide. Some even pastors, some commit suicide. Why? Because they just couldn't take it anymore.
So in situations like this, sorry to cut you short, I had to. In situations like this, words of encouragement is not really enough.
Just words.
Practical things that you think people can actually do to go through that phase, because honestly speaking, I believe it's a phase.
It's a phase, yeah.
Yeah, it is a phase. So as a person that has been in the faith, what are practical things do you think that people can actually do to go through this phase?
Yeah, what I would just say is that first of all, just be calm. Be calm. That's it.
Well, calm is not going to give you food, and
Yes. Now, why you should be calm is that, and have a kind of mindset, because the way you can, there's no practical, I can't tell you now, okay, when you have that, go out and work, they are working. And they don't get it. It's not that they are lazy. Okay, if you have something like that, go and do this. No. What you need to do is that, it's about your mindset. Have a kind of mindset. There's a kind of mindset you will have that will help you navigate through life. It's about your mind. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. So if you have this mindset that God do not owe me anything, but I owe him everything. Even if he kills me, like Job said, even if he slay me, yet will I trust in him. So even if I don't survive it, I'm a child of God, and that is what I know. So every other thing that comes, when it comes, it comes. If it doesn't come, I still don't have any particular, I don't have to take it personal. Just like I said before, a dead man does not really care what happens to him. So when you have that kind of mindset, you'll be able to overcome it. In fact, the devil will fear you, because there's nothing they will do to you that will make you react.
All right, I hope that this our analysis today has been able to help us to an extent see how we can navigate life challenges for those of us that want to enjoy and also keep our faith and be loving and be very, very committed in church and serving God and all of that. I hope this has been able to to an extent help us. And with this, we are going to be rounding up today's episode on Youth Perspective. Until next week, I am Joy Obaisiagbon. Thanks for watching.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Welcome to Youth Perspective, an independent television. I am Joy Obaisiagbon, your host on this special program. You know how we do it here. We look at societal matters from the youth perspective. And today we are talking spirituality. You know, Easter celebration just passed. This is the month of sober reflection. We need to check our character. We need to, connect back to the faith if we have actually, step back a bit. And like I said, our topic today is on spirituality. Actually, spirituality, navigating spirituality amidst life challenges. And today I will be doing this conversation with my guest, Pastor Great Okonewa. He has been here before. Thank you so much for being here again.
Thank you for having me, and welcome my viewers.
Yeah, thank you. Happy Easter in arrears. Thank you very much. So moving on, Pastor Great.
Yeah.
How do you think faith influences one's decision, especially in relationship, workplace, and all of that?
Yeah, faith. By the word faith, you mean your belief system.
Yes.
Right. So, one's belief system actually shapes your mindset, shapes your character, and by character I mean the way you relate with your fellow human being. Your faith is both vertical and horizontal. Okay, so if what you believe in, that's the vertical part, and the horizontal is how that belief influences the way you relate with your neighbor, with your fellow human being. Okay, so if you believe in Christ, for example, you follow his teachings, and his teachings, his lifestyle shapes the way you relate with people. Like Jesus said, do unto others as you will have them do unto you. That's the golden rule. Mm-hmm. That's a rule that has actually been accepted across religious lines, all religions. I think, I'm not sure there's any religion, I'm not aware of any religion that will say they don't want people to treat them right. Mm. And then Christ says, do unto others as you have them do unto you. That's why I always believe that Christ is not a religious person. He didn't come to establish a religion. Jesus is not a Christian. That's it. And he's not a Muslim either. He's not a religious person. Religion is a creation of man. Mm. Religion is more of politics. It's a creation of man, a set of rules to guide people and so make them think in certain direction. Okay, the Greek word for religion is religare. Religare means to bind back, to tie something. And really, religion has actually tied the minds of many people. When you see people behave in a certain way, you begin to wonder whether they even think at all. Okay, so but I want to take faith beyond religion. Because whether you are religious or not religious, you have faith in something. You certainly have faith in something. Man was created to have faith in a higher being. Whatever that higher being is to you is your faith. So whatever that higher being tells you to do, or the leadership or the teachings of that deity or the higher being, shapes your behavior and shapes the way you relate with other people, certainly.
Okay, moving forward, I wouldn't want to stress when you talked about religion that Jesus was not a Christian, and you also said that rules and regulation, put together by men. But do you not think that if there are no rules and regulation, people will not actually, practice their faith in Christ very, very perfectly? We know nobody is perfect, actually, like at least to an extent.
Yeah, rules are good. Rules are not bad if the rules are created honestly, not with hidden agenda. It was the philosopher Marcus Cicero that said that anyone can be a good leader if greed and self doesn't get in the way. Mm. All right. So if those rules are honestly made for humans to be able to relate with their maker, relate with their creator, they are very fine and good. And it helps you too to relate with your fellow human beings. So we need rules, certainly. We need rules. But the rules shouldn't limit the reasoning of man. God gave us this mind to think. So if you have rules, the rules shouldn't limit your reasoning. You should be able to think out of the box. People should be allowed to think freely within the parameters, of course, of certain standards. You don't have to be absolute in your thinking. Doesn't mean that you can just take cutlass and kill somebody and say, boy, I thought I'm free to think anything. No, that's not what I'm talking about. There are standards. I mean, there are some irreducible minimum, okay, that you can go. But I think that the rules are not bad in themselves. But people can manipulate the rules to subjugate other people and limit their thinking. For example, somebody comes to you and tell you that buy my sticker that has my picture, all right? Place it on your car, your house, your store. Nothing happens to you if you place it there. No armed robber comes to your house. No, nothing will happen to you. You are safe. But I that has the picture on that sticker, I go about with about 5, 10 policemen or security guards with guns protecting me. So if my picture can protect you, why do I need security guards to protect me? So if you tell me that, I'm going to think. I can't be deceived to that extent. I'm going to think. I said, no, I don't believe what you're saying. I believe in Christ, but this one you're saying, I'm not sure Christ will say this.
Okay,
people
have the liberty to think outside the box.
Yeah.
Do you think that contradicts the Bible?
No, it doesn't. God gave us the mind to think.
Because the Bible is the set rules and regulation for Christians. It actually helps us to shape our love for Christ, our faith in God, and all of that. So if we are given that liberty, like you said, to think outside of the box, so it means there are a lot of things in the Bible that should be,
when you say the Bible is a set of rules.
No, what I would like you to know, there are set down rules and regulations, especially the book of Proverbs, right? Gives us a lot of, and also there's also a commandment that says, thou shalt. So that's like a rule.
Yeah, those are rules, okay? But I will also tell you that before those rules were made, like the 10 Commandments, for example, before God gave Moses the 10 Commandments, those commandments were already written in the conscience of man. Yeah, look at it very well. Those 10 Commandments, I'm not sure there's anyone there that was not already in the conscience of man.
So it just needed to be established.
It needed to be established because even man was not able to follow the rules, even the dictate of his conscience. That's why Christ came, to give us the power to be able to follow. Because thou shalt not kill. Do I really need somebody to tell me that killing is bad?
Yeah.
I don't need rules to tell me that to kill another person is bad. The conscience is there. Even before the Bible came, our forefathers, there's no society that celebrates one killing another. There's no society that celebrates a man sleeping with another man's wife. You understand? They are all there. Thou shalt not bear false witness against your neighbor. Even your conscience will tell you that. You understand? So these rules are not really, they are rules made, they were more like codified, but they were already in us. And that's why God said, a time will come when they will not need these written laws, that my laws will be written in their heart. And that time is where we are right now. So I think we should take the issue of faith, the issue of our relationship with God beyond the letters, beyond religion. Because religion really emphasizes on rules, but walking with Christ emphasizes more on love, on freedom to think. That's why Jesus said, when they came to Jesus and said, what is the greatest commandment? What did he say? He said, he reduced it to one word. And that word is love. What is the greatest commandment? He said, first, love the Lord your God with all your heart, your strength, and your mind. And the second one that follows is love your neighbor as yourself. And if you bring it closer further, it's love. Okay, so there are not too many rules really, because if you love God, you are not going to worship another God. If you love God, you're not going to take his name for granted. That covers the first 4 commandments. And the remaining 6 is about the horizontal relationship with your neighbor. If you love your neighbor, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to, take his wife. You're not going to, things like that. So these are very, very simple. But religion makes it look difficult to serve God.
Talking about love and priority. Yeah. Nowadays, a lot of us are in the corporate space.
Yeah.
And we just try as much as we can to be very careful when it comes to, practicing religion. Let me not use the word religion, practicing our faith and loving God, spirituality and all of that. And having to, tolerate, because there's, whether you like it or not, there's always someone on a standby to piss you off. Sure. Right? So as a youth, as a young adult, working, doing life, your business and all of that, even having to enter public transport and all of that, even though you are mobile, someone is always on his standby to offend you. So, life challenges and struggles and all of that. How do you navigate spirituality, talking about priority? How do you prioritize your faith and your spirituality?
Okay, it's a very, very good question. First of all, I would like to bring our mind to what happened in the Garden of Gethsemane. Easter just passed. So we can look at what happened, what Jesus did, what happened, what transpired at the Garden of Gethsemane. Now, Jesus was about to be crucified. And before he got to the Garden of Gethsemane, we never knew that he had some element of self in him. Okay? When we say Jesus, Jesus, but he was man and God at the same time. He was so perfect. But we didn't know that there was that element of self. Because you really don't know who you are until your hour of death. Yeah, somebody said that what you become on your hour or the moment of death is the person you should have been. God is why.
Oh.
Yeah, because that's the moment of truth. That's the moment of reality. You can't
become humble.
Yeah, you can't really pretend at that moment. Your reality comes out. So at that moment, Jesus was facing death. Not just death, but suffering and humiliation and all of that. And he said, self came in, the element of self, like me going through all of these things. Like, I mean, it was excruciating. It was so humiliating. He was naked on the cross. All right? Because even the underwear was being taken by the soldiers.
Imagine a pastor and then your followers see you naked.
It was too much to take.
Yeah.
So he said, Father, is there any way we can go about this? Let's renegotiate the whole thing. Can we not find another way to save humanity? Must I die? Must I do this? But then he quickly realized himself and he said, not my will, but your will be done. At that moment, that was when man won. That was when man defeated the devil. That was when Jesus died. Because from that moment, the Bible says he never opened his mouth anymore. Because this time, when you give yourself away, you are like someone who has died. You no longer care about anything. All right. So now he gave himself away, and God helped him. Angels came, strengthened him, and he prayed more earnestly. And he was able to face the humiliation and all of that happened, the embarrassment, the slap, the insult. Why was he able to face all of that? Because he was no longer putting himself first. It was no longer about him. Now, bringing this to our daily lives, office work, even in leadership, if you have this mind that it's not about me, okay, it's about, carrying out the job I was employed to do. It's about satisfying my employer. It's about, getting the maximum result. No matter other offenses that may come, you don't get distracted by that. Because it's not about you. You don't put yourself away. And
are you sure?
Yeah, it's not easy. I must confess. It's not easy. At some point, you might lose it. Because you are a human being. You are in flesh. You have flesh and blood.
Those should be like Jesus on the cross.
Yeah. You have flesh and blood. But then, sometimes, even if you have power or you have the power to do certain things, you can just decide to put it away. Because the greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated on the cross, what that he demonstrated all through his lifetime on earth, it was not about feeding the 5,000 people or healing the sick and all that. The greatest virtue that Jesus demonstrated was his refusal to come down from the cross, even when he had the power to do so. He had the power to come down from the cross. He had the power to call the angels and they will fight for him and all of that. So even when he said, whom are you looking for? They said, Jesus. He said, I am the one. They fell on the ground. So he could have, but he chose to remain there because of his love for humanity and his submission to the Father. So if we have that mindset, because every day we are in a process of becoming, we are working towards perfection. No one is perfect yet. Yeah, sometimes you may lose it at some point, but don't give up on yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. You will get better. All right. So if people offend you, as long as you are able to do what you have to do, and satisfy your employer, you go ahead. But at some point, if you have to, because there are some people that are like goats, you need to beat a goat in order for the goat to learn
perform.
Yeah. So if it comes to that point that you know that you need to, this one needs a whip to fall in line, then you can do that. Jesus got angry at some point as well. He got to the synagogue. He made people selling.
Oh, yes.
He turned it to a marketplace, and he got angry. He picked up a whip and he whipped people, flogged them. So anytime it can happen. But as long as it is not about your personal, the difference between Jesus getting angry and flogging people and the way some of us do it is that Jesus was angry not about himself. His anger was not about self. It was about his Father's house.
Of course.
Zeal for his Father's house. Why are you turning my Father's house to something else?
Yeah, priority.
Priority. So you prioritize. Don't prioritize yourself. Put yourself first. Your name is Joy, right? Yeah. Somebody tried to use Joy as an acronym. I said Jesus first, others next, and yourself last. Joy. So when you put yourself last, you always be a very happy person. Because even when they try to make you angry, you don't even get angry because you are like a dead man. A dead man doesn't get angry. The Bible says, except a grain of wheat fall down and die, it abides alone. If it dies, it yields more fruit. So if you consider yourself as dead to self, when we have good leaders in this country, when we have leaders who are dead.
All right, a lot of wisdom from Pastor Great. We're going to take a very short break, and then when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, this is Youth Perspective on Independent Television. And over here, we've been having a conversation on spirituality. Yes. Yeah, spirituality. Sober reflection. Having to prioritize yourself, your spirituality, and love God. According to my guest here, he said, put people first and put yourself last. Right? If I'm getting you very correctly. All right. So moving forward, Pastor Great, this question is a little bit personal. Yeah. So tell us, have you ever felt like giving up on your faith during tough times, and what helped you persevere?
Yeah. Giving up, having tough time, yes. I've had tough times, but giving up on my faith, I've never really thought of it. Yes, I've never thought of it. The reason is because, it's not because I'm perfect or anything, but the reason is because when I gave my life to Christ, I chose to serve God. I burned the bridges behind. I didn't leave any option of going back. Or if this one doesn't work, I will try this. I've never, ever thought of it. Okay, but what have helped me is because what Paul said when he said, "What shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation, shall famine, or whatever? Nothing in this world, nothing in the world to come, nothing in heaven, nothing on earth can separate me from the love of Christ." So,
wow.
Paul said something. He said that it's no longer I that liveth, but Christ liveth in me. Okay, in other words, I'm not the one living, but Christ lives in me. When somebody talk about denying God or deny Christ, I always tell them, not me, because Christ cannot deny himself. I believe that the old me died. So the one in me is Christ. So, but for those who might be struggling with that, because I understand that people go through that. At some point, you want to give up. At some point, you get angry with God. sometimes too. You get angry with God. Say, God, but I'm serving you. I'm doing everything. Why are things still like this? So if you get to that point, all you need to do is you need to take it easy on yourself. You are going through a process. We are all on the journey of becoming. We remember that the Bible says when you go through the fire, I will be with you in the fire. When you go through the water, it will not overflow you. Just understand that God is not far away from you at that moment. God does not hate you. God does not forget his own. He does not hate you. Even when things are not going well, he's still God. And his love for you has not changed. It has never changed. The Bible says, all things work together for good to them that love the Lord. So just believe that. You don't need to understand it. The reason why many of us give up sometimes is God. We are trying to understand God. You don't have to understand God because you can never understand God. Just trust the process. Trust him. You don't have to understand him. Even when there are gallops, just trust him. When we are, flying, on air, and sometimes the plane gallops, we still trust that the pilot is there, so we'll get to where we're going. So, you may panic a little bit, but trust the process. It will take you there.
You mentioned something in between that. What you were saying. It's quite difficult sometimes to trust God, right?
Yeah, sometimes in a very difficult time, it is difficult to trust God. It takes a lot of faith.
Especially for youth, young adults, and then you see yourself, especially in a place like Nigeria, right? You're earning a minimum wage. Now tell me, what is a minimum wage even going to do for a person nowadays? You get so how it's just a lot.
I think one of what I would just say to that is that you bring yourself to a point where you don't seek validation from things. You don't seek your works from your possession. Even Jesus said it. He said, a man's life does not consist in the abundance of things he possesses. All right. So do not look at yourself, do not rate yourself based on your pockets or your bank account. Whether you have it in abundance or you don't have it at all, you are worth more than that. So when you understand it from this point of view, you will not be too hard on yourself. Because I've even heard of people, believers, who commit suicide. Some even pastors, some commit suicide. Why? Because they just couldn't take it anymore.
So in situations like this, sorry to cut you short, I had to. In situations like this, words of encouragement is not really enough.
Just
practical things that you think people can actually do to go through that phase, because honestly speaking, I believe it's a phase.
It's a phase,
yeah, it is a phase. So as a person that has been in the faith, what are practical things do you think that people can actually do to go through this phase?
What I would just say is that first of all, just be calm. Be calm. That's it.
Well, calm is not going to give you food, and
yes. No, why you should be calm is that, and have a kind of mindset, because the way you can, there's no practical. I can't tell you now. Okay, when you have that, go out and work. They are working, and they don't get it. It's not that they are lazy. Okay, if you have something like that, go and do this. No, what you need to do is that it's about your mindset. Have a kind of mindset. There's a kind of mindset you will have that will help you navigate through life. It's about your mind. The Bible says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. So if you have this mindset that God do not owe me anything, but I owe him everything. Even if he kills me, like Job said, even if he slay me, yet will I trust in him. So even if I don't survive it, I'm a child of God, and I'm a child of God, and that is what I know. So every other thing that comes, when it comes, it comes. If it doesn't come, I still don't have any particular, I don't have to take it personal. Just like I said before, a dead man does not really care what happens to him. So when you have that kind of mindset, you'll be able to overcome it. In fact, the devil will fear you, because there's nothing they will do to you that will make you react.
All right. I hope that this our analysis today has been able to help us to an extent see how we can navigate life challenges for those of us that wants to enjoy and also keep our faith and be loving and um, be very very committed in church and serving God and all of that. I hope this has been able to to an extent help us. And with this, we are going to be rounding up today's episode on Youth Perspective. Until next week, I am Joy Obai Siagbon. Thanks for watching.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure, my pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love doing.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio here, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds, and from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second one at some point.
Will bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh yeah, it depends. You look at it from contextual
perspectives, okay.
Right. Yep. The world is growing, we are evolving, we are becoming more modernized, and then again, people awareness has increased, and so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because with due respect to women, I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different. Okay. That's how women, that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media. And that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as love. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of controlling. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is. It's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation, the effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her, the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy, I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' code.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as a lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words.
Such as?
Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuff and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand?
Yeah.
You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making the decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take
if
her own
if I
personal
understand you
decisions.
very well, you're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and control.
Control, yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them. Or
It's
you are trying
something
to
more.
prevent
It's something
them
more
from-
of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand?
Okay.
So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective, as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference, or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything, she wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so, trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her own perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
them, okay.
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion says them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem is.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now.
Okay.
And I think I currently have one as a friend.
Okay.
That I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable.
Okay.
You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that for a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one.
Yeah.
The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom.
Yeah.
The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one.
Okay.
A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
Okay, with church, okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored. That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happened to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there. She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she had a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl.
Okay.
Blessing see you. Okay. Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
You don't have any business being in a relationship.
If you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady may be surprised you will be going somewhere to be opening leg to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
All right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at the young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical.
Thought-based. Okay. Love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once a man, as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
Like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her, I won't be able to guide her, I won't be able to protect her, just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to him.
Translated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming to a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? Okay. She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
Material investment. You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Superficial reasons.
Well, is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but you, as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who are dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship.
Walk away.
Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochago for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie Walter Emmanuel. Good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Uponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the Toro Doctor Christian Connect. On the other side, we have the gymnastic boys. Gymnastic boys, you don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. We don't know if we are going to do the second floor.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Waya wawesu Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Odion bunazi madio obalazi madio marawe maari owe sama jonena ni mado pon sama ni mado gbekeni sama e ma adio wa na sama ma gbekeni ne osabo obuyo bitu ne baba no get turn maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbekeni ne de na e ma yafe e ma ato e ma agbo oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just question on me afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osayene Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedion Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
We expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Hegato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, what we are seeing on the stage is the Toro Cultural Princess Command. On the other side, we have the Gymnastic Boys. Gymnastic Boys, you don't know what we want to do now. We are bringing upstairs. We are at the first floor. You don't know what we are going to do in the second floor. Always.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugiawe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugiawe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.